Hello, we're going to be talking about this current summer we have on NA right now. So, yeah, just working backwards. I have every servant here except for Summer Comma. And Plushy has Summer Comma NP5 and Grailed, so I know he can give you some good knowledge
Yeah,
about her. I can't.
I'm planning a video on that as well, so hopefully,
Ah.
I don't know.
So is that going to be a hot takes video?
I don't know. I'm still thinking about it. I don't know if I want to like go full on discuss it because all people really care about is the this circle jerk of Space Ishtar versus Summer Kama. Rin versus Sakura, a tale as old as time, right? So I'm debating between the two, but
Yeah, and then they both get beat by a
yep,
newcomer.
yep. Next year, it's really dumb, but
Yeah. That's just how it is with summers these days though. There's always one universal omni looper you gotta roll for. And you've got like all
yep.
of them in P5 too, which is
Space Ishtar is only four.
yeah, but she's not
There
a
you go.
summer servant.
True, you're right.
Yeah.
I'm obsessed.
Yeah. So I've used Anastasia a good bit. I've used Canis and Sei a good bit, and I was actually working on a video for Sei before stream, so look forward to that. That's going to be coming out in a few days. Of
Ooh,
course,
sounds very interesting.
of course, I'm going to be moving like right after that, but that's like the last thing I want to get done before I move.
I see, I see.
But yeah, that's gonna be a good one. I've almost got the intro done, and the intro is gonna be great. It's really funny, I assure you.
I feel like when this came out in JP, people are a lot more excited about it. It's like it hits a new peak of power level, I would say, in terms of the very generically popular archetypes of characters as well. So I don't know. I think like right now, knowing what comes afterwards, after this summer, people would be like more reserved on spending maybe on this, but definitely a summer to look for, or I guess it's already here.
Yeah. So the first one we're gonna be talking about is Summer Okitan, which is in my opinion one of the best sabers in the game, if not the best AoE saber in the game. I'd say
Wow,
it's pretty close. It's
you're
very
going
close.
very far.
Yeah.
I got quite a bit of flack for saying like I personally prefer her a lot more than Lee, which I still stand by.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
I
Charlie, I feel like okay, in farming I'd say they're side grades, but outside of that, I feel like she just wins in general. Like she has so much more universally applicable stuff. Her cards are just astronomically better, and like she
yeah,
crits way better. Even if he looks like he has better crit mods, he has a bad deck for critting. Better than
yeah,
Muramasa? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Muramasa is massively overrated. The only reason people think he's as good as he is because Castoria synergizes with him better than his competition. And
yeah.
even then,
Well,
like, he's
that's just
got a yeah, he has a Buster kit on an art servant. He just the way his kit works just doesn't work well with a a
art
an
servant.
art servant. Yeah,
He definitely should have been a Buster unit in my opinion.
yeah.
So
Yeah, it's
yeah,
just because Ibuku came out right before him. Yep,
yeah.
that's just how it was. But anyways, right now we're talking about Okita.
Summer Kita.
Yes,
Yeah.
which is right here. So, just starting off the top, I believe she has an above average attack stat, definitely above Muramasa, because Muramasa has a really low attack stat.
Yeah.
That definitely doesn't help him. Um,
Mm-hmm.
she's still like 300 below Ibuki, I think. 300 or maybe 500, somewhere between there. But it's still a high attack stat. Anything above 12k on a anything above 12k is a pretty high attack stat. If you go up to
Yeah. 12K
13k,
without foe is I don't know why they list this with like without foe. I really don't like it because the
Yeah.
numbers I'm familiar with is with foes, and every time like, oh, this attack stat is not that high, and then it's just you gotta add like 1,000 to it. Like if you're kind of like familiar with servant numbers, I'd say like for the viewers, I'm not talking about you, but like
Yeah.
like for the viewers, like just do know that you have to like add 1,000 to it. So
Yeah.
yeah, it
Yeah.
is really high.
Yeah. So yeah, just right off the bat, good deck for cards, for card damage, because it's Buster Quick. Her gains are nuts. Like, she has absurdly good quick cards. She has a really good arts card. Even her Buster card gets a little gain. Although, I mean, it's 2%. Like, if you got an arts bonus on it, it's more than a lot. But like, this quick cards are nuts.
It's very interesting because I remember when the OG Okita Alter came out, people were like, damn, look at this MP gain and hit counts. It would literally be perfect if her MP was just quick, and that's exactly what they did. And
dude, that's what I'm saying. They took Okita Alter and they did the two things that people wanted the most for her, which was one, turn her into a quick servant, and two, turn her into a saber. Just change her class. Well, and then
this is kind of like the actual Okita Alter, like what she should have been. And then of course her MP has one extra hit than the Buster one, which is kind of stupid because the Buster one already has so many hits.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. So amazing cards. It's not even that hard to get her to loop off of NP quick. I've
solo.
Yeah. I have used her with Paracelsus and no other gain supports, anything like that, and I think her skills weren't even maxed out, but she refunded 50% off of 3 enemies, just with that. So, good gains, but we're not at the NP yet. So, first skill is pretty standard. It's 20% Buster, 20% Quick, and then 30% Attack, so that's just good stuff for, like, almost all of her cards. It affects her Quick NP. It affects 4 of her other cards. It's just good. Helps her gain a little bit. I mean, it actually helps it. It doesn't help it a lot because it's already really good, but because it's already really good, it just goes even further. 20% is a lot more if it's already a larger number. So then we got her second skill, which is a better version of the battery that the Alter Ego one has, because I think it doesn't the Alter Ego one have it on a 6-turn cooldown.
Yes, it does have a 6-turn cooldown.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
and
it
has one less effect. It doesn't have the crit up.
Yeah. Right? Yeah. It has a 3x3-turn attack buff, up, which is 20%.
Which is it's worse. It's 3 attack. Yeah. I really hate 3 attack. Like anything that's like 3. I don't know, man. I just don't like it.
Yeah.
Especially it's not on a looping servant, so you're gonna Brave Chain. It's just all gone in like 1 turn.
Yeah.
It sucks.
So this is just flat out better of a skill because she's basically always going to be critting, especially if she has this absorb up. Yeah, and it's only 1 turn, but the thing is, you use your NP, you get your NP. Yeah, you use the battery on this, you get the NP, and you make a shit ton of stars, so you don't need the absorb the next turn. So it works out real well. And then she's got an NP gain skill because, you know, her NP gain just isn't quite good enough. Yeah, we just need an extra 30% there. And then she has Invuln 2 times 3 turns. And I'm gonna just like look at her gain right quick. Just calc that. So 0.67 times 5 times 1.2 times 1.3. Yeah, she's got 5.2% quick cards. That's not including her NP because, like even more crit damage. And she's also got A rank magic resist, which is pretty nice.
Yeah.
An anti-berserker.
Yeah, true. That is a really good append, actually.
Yeah. And, like, the cool thing is, since she has such good gains, she doesn't really get as penalized against berserkers, because usually Berserkers, they can gut your refund real bad.
Yeah. So like for the farming enthusiasts, right?
Yeah.
She's able to loop with Black Grill, double caster Scotty, which is like I feel like this is what a lot of people don't actually realize. Is like a lot of servants don't loop with caster Scotty, and then they only loop after a year when Ruler Scotty comes out with the 15% extra quick up. But she's able to loop with double caster Scotty plug Oberon on Berserkers without like you don't need to unlock her appends and stuff. So I was really shocked. I think I have her at like 10-9, 10 MP1 on JP, and she's able to loop it very
think
consistently on Berserkers.
I think she's 9-10-9. What the
Oh,
fuck?
9-10-9, sorry. Yeah, the battery's 10. Yeah. So yeah. So so she's like the peak of I think quick looping has to be at least this good for people to actually use it for farming. But yeah, anyways, so for people who care, it's really good. Anyways.
I just got Chrome just tried to download a video out of nowhere. Oh, okay, never mind. That's a stream VOD. Okay, it just finally finished preparing it. Okay. So yeah, really good stuff there. Then we got our NP, which is fucking nuts. We got 20% more quick, so even more refund. It's 8 hits, so against 3 enemies, that's 24 hits. You're making like at least 24 stars, plenty more than that though, because you got quick buffs going on. And then you remove all their defensive buffs before you do damage to them. So you're going to be using this all the time, because like the gain on it is nuts, and you make a ton of stars, which is going to boost your gain even further on your cards, because you're critting, and that doubles your gain on top of just nuts cards. And yeah, like, I'd say, like, the only issue is this NP doesn't hit super duper hard, but I mean, like, it's better than Muramas's NP in that regard, because he has to ramp up a couple turns, then he also has a mana burst that only works for 1 turn. But all of her buffs are 3 turns. And I think that's a pretty amazing thing with her. Like, she doesn't have any of the 3-turn nonsense. She doesn't have anything 1 turn other than this absorb, which isn't even that big of an issue because she's quick. So like yeah, and then the other weaknesses, oftentimes they'll make unremovable evades and stuff, but like you've got other ways of working around that. Like she is more compatible with 0% craft essences than most servants, because she has no issues getting her NP. So you can give her a Pierce Involency, and then bam.
Well, like, oh, never mind. Well, I was gonna say she doesn't need it, but it box buffs.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Yeah.
Sorry.
So, I feel like if we're going to be talking about her, I feel like it's for the best we talk about Charlie too.
I mean, yeah, like
he's not on this banner, but they're super comparable.
Yeah, their farming is very similar. I actually never compared their MP refund. I'm gonna assume it's just both like about the same, but
yeah, they're both able to black rail really easy. Yeah. So just right off the bat, his quick cards are not amazing. They're below 2%, whereas hers are like over 3.5%, I believe, and that's before her own gain buffs. Then he's got okay arts cards, a little bit below 1.5%, which is kind of below average. That's below what arts decks usually get. But like he crits a lot, so it's not too bad.
Like here's the thing, right? Like this deck used to not be that much of like a negative. It's not a negative, but like this deck used to not be that different from BBQQA. I'd say like it is still very different, but like ever since Summer Scotty, and you will be running these characters with Summer Scotty preferably, this deck just becomes like very subpar in comparison to two Buster cards. Like they essentially built Summer Scotty to support quick servants with 2 to 3 Buster cards. So it's very unfortunate that he doesn't really he didn't really quote unquote adapt to the meta, and or he didn't age well with the meta, and then he ironically he came out like just a couple months before Summer Scotty as well. So I don't know.
Yeah. I'll do one further than that. It's not just Ruler Scotty that kind of messes him up. It's also Rainbow Chains. Like Mighty Chains, he
Oh,
is not.
true. That
Yeah,
is
he's
true.
not as good for those because, like, you you really like double Buster cards because that's gonna give you bonus on on. It's gonna give you more damage basically.
Yeah.
And then, like, you do have access to more arts cards, but what kinds of supports are you going to be running him with? Like, if you're using Ruler Scotty, yeah, you are going to have more Buster cards, but if you're running him with Caster Scotty or some other support that helps him live longer, because, like, he kind of needs that, and we'll get to that in a second, um, he you're not going to be getting as many Mighty Chains, which means your damage is going to be falling a little because you're not going to be getting the Buster card bonus on other cards.
Like here's the thing as well, right? So they also like always give people with one arts cards really good refund. I don't understand
Yeah,
why. Like honestly, that logic doesn't really hold, especially after Mighty Chains. Like
yeah.
that logic
As
is kind
long
of
as it's not
shitty.
year one. Because
But
you got
yeah,
shit like Lancelot that has a 1% arts card, which is
well
super
yeah,
subpar even then. But he's a
yeah.
very niche case, so like, holy shit, dude. He needs
Like
some
you
help.
compare Charlie's arts card to Okita Alter Saber's arts card. Like that
Yeah.
is, I'm pretty sure that's almost double or something. Like I don't understand. Like, well, I don't know. Their logic is like outdated, but that's still how they design servants. So you kind of just beg for your servants to not have two arts cards if they're not arts. So which is kind of sad, but yeah,
You know,
yeah, like King Hassan syndrome. Like anyone with one arts card. Like I think Koyan Light, Erish Kigal, they're all like super crazy art cards. So
yeah, I think a big part of it is these days, basically every AoE quick servant they make has good refund, which means
yeah,
your arts cards aren't as necessary because you're gonna ideally be buffing up your quick cards and you're gonna get gains out of that. But he doesn't really do that
yeah.
because his quick cards aren't that great.
Yeah.
Whereas Okitan, even though she only has one arts card, her quick cards are better than some arts cards out there. I'd say
Hmm.
easily better than that. Um,
Yeah.
hold on just a second. So 5.2 divided by 3. Yeah, at base, okay, like, his arts cards are worse at base than her quick cards at max.
Yeah.
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 And hers make
Like,
stars. So,
yeah. I don't like his cards are a lot shittier.
yeah.
His deck is a lot shittier, and his skills are a lot more awkward. Which I don't know how long we should like dwell on this since he's not actually on the banner, but I guess we can
Oh,
like
yeah.
go through it very quickly.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's just like, I don't think this kind of deck is that bad. It's just like you want to have good gains on these cards if you want it to be good.
Yeah.
Because, like,
Yeah.
Summer
It's
Suzuka,
like compounding
yeah, Summer
in a
Suzuka
negative
likes
way.
the double arts. Because her
I
arts
get it.
cards are really good. But his arts
Well,
cards
yeah,
aren't.
that's fair. Yeah,
Anyway,
his arts cards are
yeah.
doo doo.
Anyways, we gotta keep moving here. So
Yep.
he has a targeted double invuln, which is pretty cool. But like if he doesn't, okay, he does get the NP gain buff regardless. I forgot that. But if he doesn't use it on himself, he seals his own NP, which we have ways of working around the NP. Like you could just bring Atlas, but that
It's
means yeah,
it's
and
not even just that. It checks if he has
yeah,
invul.
yeah.
So like
If he
if it's
already,
some
yeah,
other guy's invul, he still MP seals himself, which is really
yeah,
annoying.
yeah. And then like it's 20% gain, not as much. Like I mean, he probably could have used more and just gimped his NP a little bit, as we'll soon see.
Yeah, his MP did not have to be that many.
Yep.
It's just this is like approaching ridiculous. Just
Yeah, and then like this buff, it only activates when he gets hit. So when he gets hit without his own invuln. Like if he has someone else's invuln after he activates it, it's fine. It's just like you gotta get him hit for this to be functioning a lot. And every time you do that, it increases his NP damage by like 10% for 5 turns. So that is pretty impactful. But it's kind of hard to get working.
It's really awkward. Like the only place where I see this like really shine is against bosses with like AoE attacks, right?
Yeah.
Like bosses that do AoE attacks, he ramps up his MP damage like really quickly.
Yeah, but the problem with
yeah.
that is enemies that have AoE attacks are usually alone. And I would not use them against one target.
Yeah, I think that the one fight I see him like absolutely crush was like so specific. It was Beast Koyan. It's a bit of a spoiler, but maybe we talk about JP. It's Beast Koyan who does AoE attacks, and she has like 2 little lackeys beside her like every bar. So like that's like literally the only case where he's like, oh my god, he's so good at there. But like most of the time it's just whatever. He's kind of, I don't know.
Yeah, and part of the reason why is because, well, he's got these niches that overlap on someone like her. So he's got anti-divine defense, and like there's a lot of divine enemies, so like it can be useful, especially in challenge quests.
Nah, 30% defense, and it
doesn't matter. I don't know, man.
I hate it.
I don't know, man. 30% can do a good bit. It's just usually you want to pair it with something else.
I don't like it when it's like not matching. Like you need specifically demonic divine like the units. Enemies.
Yeah. It's the fact that they're not the same thing though. Like
it's so annoying.
Yeah, it's so specific. Cuz like he'll get bonus damage against demonic and he'll resist divine. He's got 30% battery cuz he's quick.
And
then he's got quick here. He's got normal crits, so 30% crit, that's okay. And then if he's up against evil, he has another 50%. So he's got like a lot of niches, but like they're really varied.
It's just Koyan. It's just he's like specifically against her. Like the dude, no wonder I don't like her. Him. Get out of here, dude. I don't, dude.
Yeah, whatever. Her and shooting. Shooting is all 3 of these as well. I think, and Domon.
Yeah, Domon.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, man. This character is wonky. It's a wonky-ass character.
Yeah.
His MP is really good, but that's what it is.
Like, he's got a lot going for his card damage. Like, he's got 30% quick plus 10% passive. He's got 30% crit here. He has, like, out a niche. He also has the 20% attack. It's okay damage stuff, but he still has...
I never realized he has the exact same passive as well. It's so stupid. Oh, it's not. Never mind. It's different.
Yeah, they both have magic resist A, but that's a Saber thing. You know, Sabers usually have higher. But yeah, like he has a worse stack for damage. And then he's got an NP which is kind of boring. Like if he doesn't get anything out of his first skill, then like this does nothing. And then and all he has is quick res down. And
it's definitely more of a CQ thing because like if you're farming, this is not gonna do anything.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, if you're farming, nothing here does anything. His debuffs are useless.
MP is just 12 hits. He doesn't get hit. His MP is literally just 12 hit.
Yeah. That's
for farming.
That's one of the great things about him, though. He just makes it a boatload of stars every time he NPs, because you're hitting 36 times.
That is overkill. I don't know. I feel like he's always overkill. It's like, 99 stars is great, but you don't really need it.
He's either overkill or underkill. Like, his average performance, I feel like, is too low, and then... like, even if he has overlap on niches, like, it's so specific, because, like, Divinity is the most common of these. Well, against bosses, because there's more divine bosses than evil bosses, I would say. And, like, you got defense on the divine. They just got backwards prioritization. Oh, we're talking about Charlie.
Sorry, we moved to Charlie briefly to show, like, like, because this is the one comparison people will bring, and then there's another comparison people will bring later when we talk about the other SSR, because like these are just they're so similar in nature. So it's it's a great idea to bring them up, I'd say. Anyway.
If they make some sort of mechanic that rewards you for having over 50 stars, that would definitely help him, because he's gonna make you
Yeah.
so many stars. It's just like you don't need that many stars, and his cards aren't really. I don't feel like they're good enough to justify it.
Yeah.
But in her case, like she has better baseline performance, and she just like she always is doing pretty good or amazing.
She can solo better. Like if somehow I
Yeah.
don't know how you let that happen, but if somehow all of the other people die and then you have her left, she's gonna hold her own pretty well. Or I don't know.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, because like she doesn't have to like she has her own survival. Like if I was to use Charlie, I probably wouldn't want to share the survival usually, because that's all he has for the survival if you're not fighting Divine.
it seals him. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I've used him to solo Dolman. I tried that for like 3 hours. By the way, it was horrible. I have him at MP4. It's still horrible. Anyways, but he's just not a very. I'd say that in general use, he's just not a very functional character. Maybe his damage is better than Okita. I didn't actually look through it because he seems to like have more buffs than she does. In terms of boosting her MP, and then he does have a very small anti niche. It's like 30% demonic, but like other than that, I just think Okita is so much better. I don't understand. It's
Yeah.
very awkward mix of character versus generically good character that fits in any situation.
Yeah. She's just more versatile, like, yeah. Just more well-rounded. I feel like we're just talking in circles, though, right now.
Yeah.
So, up next is, again...
Do we rank her?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we
rank her.
rank these, usually. Honestly, I'd say 10 out of 10. Like, she's, in my
Yeah.
opinion, one of the strongest sabers in the game. There are a good amount of times where she outperforms Ibuki. And, like, if Quick had someone like Castoria, she would be way better than Muramasa. Like,
Yeah.
not even close.
Yeah, like she can easily hold her own with just how powerful her cards are. She's like a better version of the alter ego Okita Alter, and alter ego Okita Alter actually doing some solos. Like people really like her solo performance because of how good her cards are, and this is obviously even better. And the MP actually refunds. She has anti-challenge quests mechanics in the form of defensive buff removal before damage. Like all of it is just very good. It all rounds up very well together. I think this is what we want to see in a quick servant. Like if you want a quick servant to like compete with like arch servants, this is what we need. We need more of this.
Yeah, the only reason I'm hesitant to say she's better than Ibuki is because Ibuki doesn't fall off in a single target situation. So if you don't have 3 enemies out there, you're not going to be refunding, but Ibuki doesn't care about refund to begin with. And her single target damage is just way better.
Yeah, but like Okita Alter still has really good cards. Like if you're fighting against one enemy, you get to Brave Chain, which I mean you should be able to Brave Chain, or just use her quick cards in general. You don't even have to Brave Chain, dude. Like just use her quick card in general. She's gonna like easily get her MP back. This is very close to peak quick performance. Peak quick AOE almost. I actually can't really think of another unit that is like.
Yeah, honestly, because like she. Like, there's some other ones out there that I'd say have better kits. They just don't have they don't have as much damage. Like Daikokuton, for example. They're a caster and they don't have much damage mods. If they had more damage mods, I'd say that'd be like some of the ideals, because they've got team support on top of they're just so good.
Yeah.
But we've spent like almost 30 minutes on this character, so let's move on.
I mean, well worth it.
Oh yeah. She's definitely one of the more interesting ones to talk about here.
Yeah.
And being an AoE saber is pretty interesting, unless you're Buster, usually.
Yep.
But up next, did you say 10 out of 10?
Yeah. Like it's peak quick. Like if she's any class, I'd still say she's like top. Yeah. Literally, she could be any class, because you want that. You want all that.
Yeah. Okay. So up next we got Anastasia. She's a character I like a lot, and she got added as a single target arts archer. I guess it's worth saying that ahead of time. So the ones she's competing with servants like Archer Artoria. I can't remember.
Chloe.
Yeah, Chloe.
Chloe's like a big one because she's free.
Yeah.
People like
Yeah.
there.
And then Okita Alter as well. I don't feel like that's as huge of a... Yeah. Anyways, so... Start off here. We got 0.57% on the 3-hit arts. That's like 1.71%, so it's pretty decent. I don't think it's amazing, but she's got some things to help that out.
Yeah,
so...
Definitely.
Quick arts deck, honestly, like, do without the quick cards, because the quick cards suck.
It's literally just 1/3 of the arts cards gain, because the same
Yeah.
hit.
It's actually worse, because they're less likely to crit, as we'll soon see. And,
oh, true.
And then she doesn't have anything enhancing it, because she doesn't have a quick buff. She only has an arts buff.
Yep.
Honestly, I think I prefer Buster Arts
Buster?
deck on her. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that fits her a little bit better. But,
Yep.
yeah, they sure do like giving these single target arts archers quick arts decks instead of Buster Arts or something else.
Yep.
But, yep, okay gains. So right off the top, she's got a 50% battery, one of the, like, 5, I think, 4 stars that has one. They've added a decent amount of them.
Crimhild, her.
Yeah.
That's literally all I can think of.
Well, there's also Chloe.
Chloe, yeah, of course. Chloe,
Yeah.
Kintoki Rider.
Yeah, there's just not very many of them.
Yeah, well, it's very, very premium, basically, what we're trying to say.
Yeah. 50% on a 5-star isn't too crazy. I think there's only like... there's 2. Oh no, wait, there's actually plenty of 50% plus on 3 stars and below.
Oh, 3 stars.
Yeah, I guess there's also Nitocris. She has over 50%.
Oh, that's a bit different, isn't it?
I mean, it's technically more than that. It's also the same cooldown. She gets a 30% arts buff, which helps her arts cards having a little bit better gain and better... it's just better damage. And then 50% battery, it's great, but it's a 7-turn cooldown. I would not see a 7-turn cooldown on a 5-star with this skill. That would be a 6-turn cooldown.
Definitely. It's only 50 battery with like a minimal effect.
Yeah.
Like this is definitely more of a farming skill, I'd say. It's not like when the fight like starts to drag on, you start to feel a little bit painful because of this. But you know, Anastasia with skills with long cooldowns not the first it's not the first day for her, so it's already better.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. Then her second skill, talking about cooldowns, it's kind of funny because this is an invuln for a turn on a 5-turn cooldown, which is really rare, and it's really good. And then she's got 20 stars on top of that, and buff removal resist, which is super nice. I used her in the Barghest fight and lost belt 6, and like, holy shit, dude, she did so good there.
This is the premium. This is the god combo, I'd say, of invul, because this is you know, you can't remove it. The only way you beat this is pierced, but you know, obviously. So like it's a really good skill. I think Odysseus has basically the same skill, and you know, it's his skill.
Yeah, I'd say his is better though, because he's got the 30% defense buff too.
True.
Yeah, that's like one of, in my opinion, that's one of the best defensive skills in the game. It's just such a good combo.
It's the Aegis, right? It's the peak defense in mythology, so that really matches the name. And I think this is just such a good skill. I think Lancer Melt also has it. I don't remember the cooldown for it. Lancer Melt's second skill.
I think it's a 6-turn cooldown. She has water side though instead of other things. And I mean that gives her. Wait, what? Huh?
Hello?
Oh. Uh,
Hello?
yeah. Yeah. I can hear you. So, yeah, great skill. 20 stars helps her a bit. She's got Archer Absorb, so even if she doesn't have her Absorb up, she is probably going to take the stars. Speaking of having her Absorb up, yeah, you thought 5-turn cooldown is great. We got 4-turn cooldown now. And this has more
Yeah.
effects. Well, it has the... Oh yeah, it does have more effects. So she gets
does.
Ignore Evasion 3 out of 4 turns. So, like, she's up against Archer Artoria and Chloe, and Chloe has it on her NP, but she doesn't have it on her cards. And Archer Artoria has it on a worse cooldown. I think it's 5-turn
Yeah.
cooldown.
I think so. It's with the 30 battery, yeah.
Yeah. So, like, this is just a really nice skill, just right off of that. Then she's got Arts Absorb for 3 turns. It's a ton of Absorb because she's an Archer. And then she's got 30% crit. I wish it was 50%, but, like, it's...
Nah, no way. No way they give it 50 and give it 4-turn cooldown, dude.
Yeah, 50 on a 4-turn cooldown would be a bit overkill. So, yeah, 30 is usually what they give 5 stars, because 5 stars have higher stats. Yeah. And then NP damage for 3 out of 4 turns. So the fact that it's on a 4-turn cooldown and you have all of these up for 3 turns is kind of nuts. Because then you got shit like Rama, who has a 4-turn cooldown on a crit buff. A crit buff and an absorb buff. And it's 1 turn. So
these are like semi-permanent. That is what I call them. And then, like, if you just look at all these effects, if you can have all these effects on a unit like semi-permanently, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, if you're using Tamamo, it's always up.
Why does the episode say? Why does the title say episode 2?
You were right. It is actually episode 3. I meant to type episode 3. I made another typo in the title earlier, and I had to fix that. But thank you for catching that. This is episode 3. Yeah, I can't wait until next week where we cover Summer 5. Because we're just
Summer
working
5?
backwards.
Really? No, really? We're gonna talk about Summer 5?
Nah. I don't know what we're gonna talk
about. I literally only have... Actually, no. Summer 5 is interesting. I just think it's not, like, relevant because to like, right now. But Summer 5 is actually really interesting. Like, both Summer Kiara and Summer Abby are both really interesting.
Yeah, there's some controversial servants there.
Yeah.
But that's neither here nor there.
Yep.
I don't know if that's what we're gonna do next week, because like there's not much demand for that type of talk. This has relevance. That doesn't really have relevance.
Yep.
But she's got some pretty decent passives here. She's got passive Stargen. It's not much, but it's a little something. Like it puts her up there like almost Pretender. I think it's like Lancer Stargen at that point, because Lancers have higher than average. Then she's got debuff resist and debuff success. Not much, but it's a little bit of something. Anti-casterage is meh. She's skill seals, that's why she has debuff success. And she also applies arts resist down. Only 1 turn, but it is before damage. So she's not getting scuffed like Nero got scuffed with her NP, because Nero has a 1-turn defense down after damage, which is so weird.
Like, before damage is a lot better. It adds damage. Like, before damage, it's basically 20% art. Like, it's almost no different. Like, minus maybe buffing.
Yeah. So yeah, she hits okay. Her damage isn't really amazing at NP1. I've used her a good bit at NP1 on my alts, because I only got her NP1, and I definitely prefer someone like Tristan. It's just she synergizes better with more supports. That's the thing. Like, if you have stronger supports working with her, she is going to scale better than Tristan. But Tristan is highly utility based.
I think the line for like a paid unit, right? Like, because she's a paid unit, for comparison would be like, do they beat, like, at what MP do they beat the welfare, right? So I'm queuing up the spreadsheet here. I don't really like using spreadsheet hyperfocus, but when we talk
Yeah.
about this, I think it's important.
If it's rat
So,
spreadsheet, it's a little more fair. I'd say.
So like without any buffs, obviously, but buff stacking compounds can change a lot of stuff. But Chloe at MP5 hits the same as Anastasia at MP2. So I think that's fair. Like for
yeah.
a paid 4-star MP2 hitting as hard as the welfare at MP5 is really fair. And I'm pretty sure Rat's sheet always uses the 1-turn buffs, which Chloe does have with rainbow buff.
It also
So,
uses foes. It doesn't use craft essence stats, but it does use foes. And
I see.
yeah, I really like that sheet. It is so helpful. It's just like, here's the lowest that we're going to be seeing in a realistic place.
Yeah. So basically, her damage is going to be even better because Anastasia doesn't have any 1-turn buffs, but Chloe has a 1-turn rainbow buff. So like her damage is going to be like, if you just pull her MP2, she's going to be outperforming Chloe pretty well, I'd say, just because like her skills are also like clearly better. In my opinion, I think is just so much.
Yeah. She's got a lot of really good just basic stuff, like really strong basic stuff. She doesn't have amazing utility beyond, like, she's got the evasion. That's really nice. The ignore evade, that's what I meant. It's just, I'd say she's very well rounded as a singleton.
I'd call buff removal res like a special.
Oh, yeah, you know what? Yeah, that's right. I forgot about the buff removal resist. She's got really... she has a couple things of utility. It's just like... What I like to look at here is, like, she's got a good survival skill that helps cover downtime from supports. And, she's got really easily accessible NP. I will say that even though she does have all these modifiers for her arts cards, I don't feel like they're that amazing. That it just comes out in practice that way, and I mean, they're better than average. Like, you look at paper, that's just how it's going to be. I just feel like they're not as amazing on their own. But
I suppose.
if you throw other supports onto there, it's not really that bad, because since it's higher at base, it scales higher. So it's not really that huge of an issue.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's like the only thing Chloe beats her, which is her arts card. Because Chloe generates stars with her arts card. Like her whole like shtick is having multi-hit arts cards.
Yeah, and her gains on her arts cards are just so much better. But her uptime on her skills is worse.
But worse. This character, right? This character has 20 stars every 5 turns. I guess 5 turns a bit long, but it's 20 stars.
Yeah. It's just I'd say very solid. I'd say 9 out of 10. I like her a lot as a character, but we're talking gameplay.
Yeah, I mean 8 to 9 out of 10. I only have her MP1 and JP as well, but I feel like if I had her higher MP, I can definitely sub her out for some farming, like single target farming, for compositions that use archer or because like also for like multi-core or something, like if you're not bringing just one single target to loop, I really like 50 batteries. Like 50 batteries are very flexible in farming. You don't even need to run them in a dedicated arts team. You can just throw them in because they just charge the MP and very easy. So
only problem is you need NP levels on that because her NP1 performance is just not that great. But that's how it is with most servants. We're talking NP1 4-star. Like 3 stars are basically always NP5, so they have that edge, and then 5 stars are like higher tuned, so they have an edge there. You just want NP levels on 4 stars all of the time.
Most 4-star summers as well. It's just like most of them. I say most because there are exceptions, but most of them don't get MP upgrades. Or, most of them don't get MP upgrades, I think.
I'd say she's very comparable to Robin, but her damage isn't as good at base as Robin, and the fact that Robin usually outdamages her just from the NP. Without any buffs, that means his damage scales way better. But
you mean I mean it's a special special mod on MP. That's usually like the best scaling wise in terms of MP
Oh, yeah.
damage.
Yeah.
So, and
Yeah,
she
if
doesn't
she-
have any.
Yeah, if she had an NP upgrade, which I don't think she's ever going to get, because she doesn't really need one, in my opinion. If she got an NP upgrade, she'd just be better than Robin in every way, I think, even at NP1.
Well, yeah, and she also has 50 battery. Like that,
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
know. She's
Yeah.
easier to use. It's like Robin is like strictly boss killing. I think this character, like for example,
yeah.
if you just want to throw something random at like a saber. If you go in blind at like a saber boss, if you're fighting some random, you put this character on, you throw them at it. It's basically like the same how you use Chloe. You know, like people just throw Chloe at saber bosses because it's convenient, because they have 50 batteries and they're single target. And this is essentially like better Chloe, I'd say. So if you have her like MP2, so
Yeah.
really good servant.
Yeah. Yeah. Really solid. So up next, speaking of solid, in my opinion, one of the best, if not the best, single target caster, for 4 stars, that is. Let me adjust a little bit.
I mean, her damage peaks really high, so
Oh, yeah.
that is
Yeah, definitely. Because she's sort of got that Robin thing going on, that, where she gets a higher modifier almost all the time. And let's pull her up right here. So, starting off, she's got an arts deck. Her arts cards are pretty standard for her, for that deck. It's over 1.5%, that's usually how it is, and that's not factoring in her arts buff. Because she's got an arts buff in her kit, and she's also got an arts buff on her passive. Yeah, because caster. So, yeah, pretty okay. Like, her quick card is not going to be seeing much use, but you don't really need her quick card that badly, as we'll soon see. So, right off the bat, I need to start saying something other than right off the bat, because that's so overused.
Nah, I mean I say it every time when I do like every of my hot take videos is formatted the same anyway, so I don't think that's that big.
Yeah, but I think I've said it at least 2 times just in this stream. So,
Well, it's right off the bat, it's first skill, right?
Yeah.
that's what it is.
Yeah, I need to throw in some starting offs or as we begin. I don't know. Just gotta mix it up, you know.
Yeah.
So 30% arts for 3 turns. That's pretty standard. It's the same thing that Anastasia has. She applies confusion, which is 30% chance of skill ceiling at the end of each turn, which is kind of weird for a lot of people, because like some people don't like confusion just because they don't like skill seal. But we'll see how it factors in later on. She also has a downgraded harp where you have an evade for 1 turn, which I really like. I used her in during Tesla Fest. I used her against the Fuma challenge quest from Summer 3, one of those. And she was so good for that, because like the supports you run her with, like they don't always have evasion and stuff active, because like you might have Castoria up, but you've got this 1 turn that you can cover them even if they don't have stuff up. So really solid skill. If it was 1 time 3 turns, that would be really good, but not everyone's Daikochigen.
I mean, I feel like most people, you can definitely throw this out just to cut away damage, but I feel like a lot of people use harp just right before the MP anyways, so it's like you can just use it in similar fashion. It is a bit annoying because it is tied to her like quote unquote steroid, 2 steroids actually if you want to count that, but
yeah, but this is delayed, so like, and it's gonna be RNG. That's something that annoys me, but we'll see that in a moment. So this one, we got skill seal, 100% chance at 10, so you gotta level it if you want it to be consistent. Then she has stars per turn, 10 stars per turn. That's pretty cool. I actually forgot she had that. That's pretty handy. And then and then NP damage for the entire party, for 3 turns. So that's some nice multi-core usage, in
Hmm.
case you're going with that, or if you're just using her with another DPS in general. And then
Hmm.
we've got a very simple skill here, very good though, because it's 30% battery and another 30% battery for whoever you want. So she can have a 60% battery, or you can, or someone else can have a 30% battery. Just
This is
really solid skill.
what Caster Scotty's battery should have been, but just 50,
Yeah.
in my opinion. It should have been 50 to herself and then 50 to someone, and then she can get her MPs.
Ooh,
But yeah,
that might be a little strong. Maybe like 20 or 30%.
nah, bruh. We live
Honestly,
in a world where Castoria exists. I think anything goes. Like
yeah,
I don't care. Like
yeah,
I'm so salty about Castoria.
yeah. I feel like Caster Scotty could use like an AoE battery on top of her
Yeah,
targetable.
definitely.
So like 20 or 30. I think 30 would be a bit
30.
strong, but like that's what Castoria has, and Castoria at base
Yeah,
is better anyways.
yeah. It's
Um,
what Ted's has. Come on.
yeah,
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 I mean Ted can only put the 50 on himself. But come on, man. Scotty,
yeah. So
strongest rune users, man.
yeah. So yeah, just real solid skill here. 6 turn cooldown, so it's actually better uptime than Anastasia's. Like but like I mean, Anastasia has some special uptime going on there, anyways.
Yeah.
She has a 5% passive, and she has a crit buff for her arts cards, which is kind of interesting. Debuff success of 6%. Just so she's more likely to land her debuffs, which is nice because she relies on them pretty heavily. And then another passive Stargen buff, which, yeah, kind of interesting.
Yeah. Always good for arts units to have the ability to generate stars, in my opinion.
Yeah, yeah, she's using 3-hit arts cards, so you're not going to be seeing much of that.
Yeah. I
From
mean, the 10 star per turn definitely is more. But
Yeah, yeah, you're going to be seeing more from that, and also from her NP, which drops 20 stars on use, which that's real nice. Like if you're spamming arts cards in a team with her, like those crits are just going to be so good because you're getting the arts chain bonus, which is plus 20% charge, which is already the best uh, card bonus. And then you're also critting on them, so people are getting their NPs more often. So I feel like this is more of a uh, I want to get people's gain doing more
Mhm.
than I want to do damage myself. Because even though she does have some mods for herself, I feel like that's kind of how a lot of art servants are. If they make stars, it's usually to increase their gain, not to
yeah,
do damage.
not to
Like
do damage. Yeah,
yeah, like
exactly.
Estrella, no one uses her for crit damage. Her entire kit says crit servant, but you use the crits to loot.
Crit for refund. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And then she also does bonus damage to skill seal, which gives credence to this skill and this skill. So 1 turn out of 6, you can guarantee that she's going to be getting this 50% bonus. And she has some good damage, which is,
Very good.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's pretty rare for 4-star casters. Because if you just look at casters in general, they skew really low on damage. There's like the only ones that are like kind of normal high-ish are like Okuni and Sanzo and Ilya.
Ilya.
So if you don't have a 5-star single target caster, you probably don't have a single target caster.
Yeah.
So she's got a lot of really nice simple things going on. And like you got her second skill up and you use her NP, that's 30 stars. Someone's critting. You realize.
Yeah.
So there's not a lot to be said about Charlotte. I feel like she's generally better than Sheba. Sheba has better card gain than her, and
Mhm.
she does more on crits, but like Sheba's not really that great for crits to begin with, even though she does have a kit that says I want to crit.
Yeah. I think my opinion on this character has fluctuated quite a bit. Like initially when I first got her, I was like, this character is absolutely nuts because I saw the anti curse damage is stupid. But
Skill
then
seal.
skill seal, sorry. And I thought it was annoying because it's very hard to force, like, especially if you're fighting a boss or spamming your MP. You kind of just like, because I guess I got spoiled by her anti skill seal damage, and I'm like, damn, why can't I guarantee that like semi consistently? It's so it's kind of hard to guarantee that if you're not running her with another skill seal support.
Yeah.
But then it's still really good because single target casters are generally just kind of they're not supposed to do that much damage anyways. And then also, like, in boss fights in general, I really like arts units, and then none of the 5 stars are arts,
Yeah.
so you got
Yep.
another one for that. And then I
One of
also
these
really
days.
like her. What?
Yeah, one of these days we will. Because right
Yeah,
now we only have 2 there.
Ilya, Sanza. I mean Okuni. They're not.
Well,
Bus
we only have 2 single target arts. That's what I meant to say.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's Shiba and
Yeah,
her, right?
and it's so much easier to get Charlotte.
Yeah. So like, this character also, I think, if you're running against like an assassin multi-core farming node, it's really good because like the skill seal not being spammable becomes less of an issue because you're generally using her MP like at most twice, so you can just use the skill seal on the turn where she kind of needs the damage. I mean, I don't know. I just like the spread 30 battery, right? Like self 30, target 30 is really good.
Yeah.
If you need a single target, the AoE MP damage up is kind of like icing on the cake. It's there's definitely places to use her, even in like for farming as well. So definitely a slept on character. I feel like a lot of people don't like this character. I don't know if it's like the art being too. A lot of people complain about her art to me. But I don't know. I think this character's a bit slept on. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say like 9 out of 10. I'd say she's about on par with Anastasia, but she's not as selfish as Anastasia, and that's part of Anastasia's strength. I know it doesn't really, well, I guess it does make some sense to compare them because we're just scoring them.
I mean, yeah, I'd give her an 8 out of 10. Like, I don't know. The skill seal thing still annoys me because, and it's just like, I don't know, casters in general, I complain more about like caster DPSs because because they just don't do good damage in general, and I
Yeah,
very much rather use like alter egos or berserkers.
yeah.
But
It's nice seeing one that does damage every now and then.
yeah, I just want the maybe the confusion to be another skill seal. I don't know if that's better. I don't know if that's too good, but like for farming, if she wants to like MP twice, I think if the first skill was another confusion, then she'd be like almost perfect. But like, as of now, I can only give her like an 8 out of 10.
Yeah. You said 8 out of 10?
Yeah, like
All
8.
right.
It was 7 to 8, but 8.
Okay, another 8.5, I'd say.
Solid. Still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, up next, we got someone who I'm not as familiar with, but Plushy here has her railed nice and all. And don't worry, we'll talk about her competitor here in a second. I think we've talked about the other competitor enough last week, but...
yeah, well, that's not really a competitor, is it?
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, let's not bring her name up here.
Yeah, let's not talk about that one. Yeah, there.
Yep. So, yep, right here she has, yeah, right here. That's so much better for sure. Yeah. So 1.56% arts cards, which is for an arts deck. It's for an arts deck it would be pretty normal. It's all right though. I'd say that she might have some NP gain issues just because she is an Avenger, so she doesn't have much absorb going on, and she doesn't make a lot of stars either. I'm sorry?
If she gets hit, hit, she gets more. If we're talking about like challenge quest, so I think
stars
balances out. I don't know. Just MP.
Oh,
MP.
Yeah, I was factoring in the stars because like you double your NP gain every time you use one of those, and that's definitely something that the last two art servants have had an edge on.
Yeah.
But yeah, quick cards are meh. Like 2% is pretty standard for quick card, but they're 4 hit. But unfortunately, her sergeant is really
Not a
low,
fan.
So yeah,
I
she's
definitely would have liked her better with 2 busters, but
yeah,
that's
yeah,
what
because she
happened.
actually does have some good card damage, independent of the crit skill. Not crit skill, critting.
Oh, and then we look at her attack stat.
Oh, right. She has like one of the
That's what
highest
people
attack
love
stats
to
in the game.
talk about.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah, it's easy to ignore attack stat though, because like with a lot of them, it doesn't really matter that much. It's just the total number, because they
I mean,
oftentimes will increase the number just to complement that. But
yeah.
then you also
I
have
mean,
some cases
if
where
you're
yeah,
like how do I say it? Disproportionately high, then it'll be pretty. I mean, she's an Avenger. I guess it's not really disproportionately high, but
yeah, you got
it is really high.
yeah,
So.
yeah. There's some cases like Archer Barghest where the low attack stat really does start to show,
Yeah.
but it's they usually try to keep those balanced around the same area. And then you got Summer Ibuki, who has really high attack stat and really good cards. so
It's just her
so
class, man. Just
I'm sorry,
Berserkers
I
being
shouldn't
too
have
good.
invoked her name.
Yeah, this is Berserkers being too good. Like, if this character was a Berserker, she'd be able to compete. Maybe. It's just, I don't know. I think
Yeah,
Berserkers are too good for farming.
yeah. So look at this skill that Aris has gotten not once but twice now. It's the exact same thing. 30% arts for 3 turns, 6 turn cooldown, 2 hit, 3 turn evade.
It's like, okay.
Yeah, it's a
It gives her some survival. I won't save it for special, like, survival cases. I just throw it out and then just take
yeah,
a couple of hits for her.
yeah.
It's fine.
That is pretty nice. That's something that sells her over a competitor here. In the here we'll
Yeah.
soon speak of, because I do have a tab open for it. Then her second skill, it's a 100% charm, 20% NP damage, for 3 turns, and 7 turn cooldown, but like it's 100% charm. That's pretty rare. You got shit like Shooting over there, who has a 60% chance and then 20% defense down. I will never get off of that skill. Uh,
So, yeah. So this is like the big reason why the competition, like the discussion, is even a thing because her MP damage is tied to this. It's very annoying. Like,
yeah,
if her MP damage was tied to any other skill, she'd be fine. She'd be very nice, but because, okay, I'll just spoil it. Like, the charm is not just a good control skill; it's her MP special mod. So like, I feel like most people already know that anyways, because that's what she's known as. So like, you have to make the decision of, oh, do I boost her overall damage across 3 turns, or do I save it for the last turn for farming to boost damage? And for challenge quests, it's kind of the same. Do I boost her damage, or do I try to use this as a survival skill? I just really don't like main steroids tied to like a.
yeah,
It's annoying. I hate this, and it's a 7-turn cooldown as well. So the MP damage up has really bad uptime
yeah.
for such a low number. If you're doing like a challenge quest, so I don't like it. Anyways.
Yeah, yeah, it's a little limiting, but like, hey, like having an AOE charm that's almost guaranteed, it's pretty nice.
Yeah.
It's not as good as it. Like, it's just she kind of suffers from having her effect spread a little awkwardly. Like,
Yeah, definitely.
like, what would I prefer? Like, I don't know.
1 or 3. It doesn't like
Honestly,
either word.
yeah, honestly, if you put the blaze on the second skill with the NP damage and then put the charm on the battery, I think that would make it so much more tolerable.
That would have made it a lot better as well. I don't know. Yeah, it's
Yeah, because I don't really like Blaze being on this skill. Speaking of this skill, her next one is 50% battery, and then she also applies debuffs for 3 turns where she gets this nice 10% damage versus each one. Like, for every debuff she has
stack.
on them
Yeah.
from this, she increases her damage by 10%. So,
Yeah.
you get Brave Chains. One Brave Chain, you increase your damage against them by 40%. That's pretty cracked in some cases. However, if you're in a team, you're only going to get your cards 5 times in that amount of time, usually.
This can also affect MP. So like, her MP damage can be higher. I wouldn't count on it because it is card RNG dependent, but it can be higher for farming. You can do card MP and it do 20% more, which is a power mod. It does scale pretty okay.
Yeah.
It's not like in an event, so.
Yeah. It's, the way it applies, it's basically a crit buff, but you don't have to crit for it. So it's like Gajuna's special attack. So, it's nice. I do like that. I just feel like it's kind of awkward on this skill, because you might not want to immediately apply this skill. I just feel like...
I am usually forced to pop the battery if I'm, like, especially like soloing or something, but...
Yeah, in a solo, she's actually kind of amazing at times. Like,
it's okay. I wouldn't.
It's not amazing, but like as far as AoE Avengers go, I'd say she's one of the best, if not the best. Avenger solo.
That is fair. That is fair.
Yeah,
AoE
if we're
Avengers,
I almost said Avenger and then was like, well, there's one single target.
We got one of them. That's like the big problem here.
Yeah. But yeah, she's AoE art, which is really nice. She's Avenger as well, so she has like 30 passives. Passive debuff resist from magic resist, then passive quick. Then she gets more NP generation from being attacked. She gets just under 4% passively per turn. She's got 8% crit. She has mental debuff resistance of 2%, which is like one of the least useful passives for her in particular, because she has charm immune. Oh boy, she has a 2% chance of, an extra 2% chance of resisting terror or something like that.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
But yeah, passive 10% crit actually, because it's 2 + 8. So like, it's
charm immune is good. Charm immune is like against it's good. Like there are certain bosses that are just, the entire gimmick is built around the fact that they can charm you, right? So having a charm immune definitely can allow her to just bypass some boss fights gimmick totally. So it's good.
Yeah, like commas.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
but it's so bad though, because you can't charm the other comma.
Yeah.
As her, so it's kind of, it balances out. The comma is just not good against comma.
Yeah.
But they're also good. I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. So she's got anti-lancer, because Parvati, I guess, whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, she's an Avenger, so it like you can justify these. Yeah, because like they sort of behave like berserkers, except slightly less offensively capable, but also more defensively capable.
Dude, that's slightly okay. I know it's Ibuki's fault again, but like that slightly is the meme where there's like I'm just slightly stronger than you, and there's like a universe in between their fingertips, especially for farming. I think for challenge quest is definitely not that big of a problem, but like for farming, having a berserker is just like 20 times better than having an actually stupid.
Yeah, because they're a lot more applicable.
Yeah.
So she reduces their defense by 20% after damage, unfortunately.
If they moved this ahead, it would have solved her problem as well.
Yeah. And then she also does 50% more to charmed enemies, which is why she has a massive turn 3 on in farming. Like, this skill boosts her damage by so much. It increases her NP damage, and it also increases her super effective mod. Yeah. So she gets some real good damage done with that charm up. It's which is why it can be worth it just to bring another servant that can charm, and there's not very many of those that you can justify using as a support. Like there's Steno, for example. She only charms one enemy, but then there's divine. Yeah, and it's plus divine. So I actually do kind of recommend her if you're up against male enemies.
Yeah.
But then again, like, she only charms one enemy at a time.
Yeah.
Then you've also got Matahari, but she's only against male, and she's 60% instead of 100% or more from Steno. Just, I guess you can make a case for using 2 of Summer Combat at the same time, because that means you have better uptime on the charm.
You can, but I guess
Yeah.
that's fine. Their burning love also stacks. I
Oh
guess
yeah.
that's kind of funny.
Oh yeah,
You
yeah,
can
that's
just
true.
use common cards. Yeah, their
You
burning
know,
love does stack.
you know what? I think I might have thought of some new meta. Yeah,
It's funny. I'd give you that much, but
yeah. Uh, so it's only normal attacks with these, right? Yeah,
yeah,
not.
it's not MP. Dude, okay, so like I've been proposing this MP upgrade for so long for Kama. Because everybody's like, oh, just give Kama's MP charm before damage. Dude, do you know how
Oh my
like they will
God.
never they would never make charm before damage on MP. The one time they did that was Kashin Koji, and it was
Yeah.
well
And then it's only like
also
30%
built in
chance.
yeah, and then there's the other time where they do it where it doesn't scale with damage, and it's like Bradamonte and Huyenjo, and they're both also like really low chance. So there's no way they do that. But what they could have done is apply burning love on the enemy before damage. That does affect MP. So and it's very easy to scale because it's 10% every stack. So you can just scale like, oh, you know, we don't want to buffer too much, so it's just maybe 2 stacks. Oh, we want to buffer a bit, give us 3 stacks. I don't know.
Yeah,
I just thought this was,
you know who should have had that happen to them?
I don't know.
Jacques. Jacques should have gotten that.
Oh, the
Yeah.
curse.
Yeah, because like they
Yeah.
buffed her so she applies curse before her cards do anything, but it's not applied
Doesn't
to her
apply to
NP.
MP.
Like
Yeah.
if it applied to her NP, that would be so good for her. But
They just don't want her. They just don't want her to be Arjuna Alter. That's it. Like they're just like, oh my god,
She
we
wouldn't
did it
even-
once with Arjuna Alter, so we don't want to do it again. Except
Oh,
Arjuna Alter's debuff is not a useless curse. It's Buster down, so it's still not gonna be as good. So I don't know what these people are thinking, but whatever. Lysango
Yeah.
balance people like it. Actual
Yeah. You know, she made
doesn't play.
they
game.
gave her like command codes.
Yeah, like actually doesn't play the game. These people, I swear to God.
Yeah. And then we got Spishtar, who's same thing with Charlie here. Very, very comparable to a 5-star on these banners. So,
Just 2 hit arts. What the?
yeah,
I
2-hit
didn't
arts.
notice.
Yeah, dude,
Jesus.
her arts cards are not that great. She's got 0.69%, which is funny. Oh, actually, hold on. Before we move on with that, I just want to go over the difference in their NP gain. On their NP, at least. Because they just...
Not different at all. It's very funny, I think. I
Yeah.
calc that. It's like 0.1% different.
4 times 3 times...
I think it's 0.1%
5,
different. It's like literally the same.
Yeah, 6.24, and then
Times
we've
two,
also got
2.9. Yeah.
0.69 times 3 times 3. Yeah, it's super close. It's 0.03%.
Yeah, so 0.01 difference per character. It's like almost the same. It's so
Yeah,
stupid.
it's gonna be like 1 or 2% more at best.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Well,
So she got the double Buster deck, but honestly, I'm not sure if that's that much better, because she doesn't really have card damage.
I think it is better because you can run her Buster. Like I run her
yeah.
Buster.
Oh,
It's not
yeah, that's
performing,
true. I
but
forgot.
You
Yeah.
can run her Buster mode, and her quick mode is so abysmal that they didn't give her a quick costume.
Yeah.
It's like a very like she has a blue costume, she has a red costume as default, but she doesn't have a green costume. Is there a way to tell you that card type for her is actually dog water? Don't touch it with a 10-foot pole. So anyway.
Yeah. Yep. But yeah, her arts card is not that great. It's like 1.38%, which isn't the worst, but on a Buster Art stack, it's pretty bad. Her quick card, though, is okay. It's almost 3%. And it's 4 hits, so you make a... It's still low star gen, but it's a little
almost
something.
her if she had BBQQA. I almost like it. I know it's really shit on Art Servant, but I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
What a weird character.
Yeah, just so they changed the modifiers or the hit counts, I guess that'd be nice. So then she has Party Charm debuff immune, which is kind of funny because she's up against Kama here.
The attack up is pretty big though for Party. 30.
Yeah, it's 20% for herself, but she gives 30% to the team. So if you want to use her in multicore, she actually does get a little bit of work done.
Yeah.
She has this really unique skill. So, 1 time 3 turns, she increases her NP damage, and then she's also got 1 attack invuln there, and then she also gets to change her NP type, which is pretty cool.
It's like her whole selling. You
Yeah.
remove this character is extremely bland, but
Yeah, even then, like, most people use her in arts, so
yeah.
90% of the time, this might as well not exist.
The problem with this in a challenge quest is that it wears off. I think in challenge quests, like especially if you like to min turn or something, like Space Ishtar Buster mode does a lot of damage, especially because of her MP effect. If you do MP BB, it's so much damage.
Yeah,
it's not even funny.
Yeah, she has like the hardest hitting extra attack in the game because of her NP. Like she can do a Buster Brave Chain, so you get the 3 of a kind bonus, you get the Buster starting bonus, and then you also get an extra attack bonus from her NP. I want to try her out with her first depend maxed out just to see how much it does.
It does a lot, like for certain, but it wears off, and then if you use her in Buster and you use this skill again because you can use it again for the MP damage, you might misclick and you click the green one and then you lose.
Yeah.
You can switch it again. You can override this with Koyan Light because you reduce this cooldown. So with Koyan Light, you can override this by pressing a second time and you just ruin your whole gameplay. It's pretty it's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely happened to me before.
Yeah. So this skill is annoying. Like it's 50% battery, so it's always gonna be nice because like fucking Kentoki is nice because he has a 50% battery and nothing else on that skill. But RNG on these, it's not super important that you land these, because she does.
For farming.
Well, I mean, like she's got other things going on. She has attack, she has NP damage per NP.
I mean sometimes. Okay, well, I say that because sometimes she doesn't refund. Like sometimes the refund happens or not if she lands the art sub or not. Like that's what, because like even if it's like a damage up buff that is RNG, it could still affect refund because of overkill. But you know, usually we don't talk about that. But this is straight up an art sub, so it not just affect the overkill with the damage, it also affects the refund. So there are times where she actually only refunds if this lands, and it's not very often. If you're looping 3-3, it's not gonna happen. If you're looping like 2-2 something, it can happen, and it sucks. It sucks. This is why people really hate her now. But
we need to have more supports that have buff success. Because like there's not a lot of servants that need buff success for them to work properly, but like I mean like Ilya, for example, no one's gonna bring Chloe there. I'm just waiting for the dude, it would be so funny if they made it so Irish gets the team buff success.
To pair with her.
Yeah, because the funny thing is, it would actually benefit for her. It would benefit herself because she has the RNG on her invuln skill. But
this is like a conspiracy theory. I heard people say like every Rin has an RNG skill. I think.
Yes.
Does Ishtar have it? Yeah, because it's to show how unreliable Rin is under pressure or something. I don't know. It's kind of
Writer Ishtar doesn't have something like that, but it is pretty funny that Yeah. At least they have higher chance than Ilya servants, who had
Yeah.
70% each.
See, like this would have been a better iteration of that skill, in my opinion, is to just get 20% for a card type that corresponds with the second skill, right? So like if you're arts, it just if
Ye-
default is 20% art sub, but if you
Yeah.
change the quick, it becomes a quick up. You change the buster, but I don't know. I just really don't like refund based effects that is tied to
Yeah.
RNG. Like
Yeah.
it's the same with
Yeah.
what Duryodhana. Duryodhana has like what RNG arts down or
Oh, yeah.
something. Is it?
Yeah.
Like it's just very
Yeah.
annoying. Like
60%
when you're
chance for
trying to
each
loop farm with
effect.
these characters. Yeah, it's annoying when you're trying to loop farm with this character. I know loop farming isn't like the big meta anymore, but like for people who pull for these characters, I assume loop farming is a huge appeal for when they
Yeah.
pull for these characters. And when it is inconsistent, even if it's not always, it's kind of annoying.
Yeah. But yeah. She's got like some crit damage passives here. She's got the usual Avenger passives, the NP gain passive, and yeah, same stuff that Kama has. But she actually has better debuff resist because she has the double,
Goddesses and-
yeah, and she has the double stuff going on, which is really cool. I don't think Kama has that. I
No,
meant to check.
Kama's
But yeah.
goddess essence is the charm immune. I'm pretty sure. Like she instead of goddess essence, she has love god's core or something in terms of her lore. So she doesn't have it.
Yeah, it happens sometimes. But yeah, pretty okay passives. Not anything incredible, I guess. And she doesn't have something really niche like Charm Immune that can sell her in certain fights. She
Yep.
So she has extra attack damage of 100% on her NP, which I mean that's pretty nice. She's gonna use her NP pretty often, and if you get two cards, that means you get something out of this. She
Yeah,
also
it's really
has
fun from it.
yeah. She also gets NP damage before her NP for 3 turns, so it ramps up, which is really good for farming, especially if you're using Oberon, because that's 60%. It's actually 80% because she's got this here.
Sex skill 2, yeah.
Yeah. So, like, she's a little worse on refund than Kama, I would assume.
Yes, she is worse on refund. She's still worse on refund even if she lands the art. So she's like quite a bit worse.
Yeah, because Kama is slightly higher, and then she also has the 30% arts buff instead of RNG 20%.
Yeah, but then, right? This is also something like if people only read Rat's damage sheet, you won't see it because Rat counts every universal buff as the default. Like they don't count it as anti-trade, I think, because Charm is quote unquote universal. So her her loop farming damage for the first 2 waves is abysmal compared to every other option. Like Ibuki, like the big 4 that people like to bring up is, you know, it's Ibuki, it's Space Ishtar, it's Melusine that we just got, and also Summer Kama. Like Summer Kama's first 2 wave damage is just so far behind the other options. Like even on wave 1, her damage is just so bad, and it gets even worse on wave 2 because, you know, they ramp up. And finally on wave 3, she catches back up because of the anti-charm. So
Summer Kiara moment.
Well, Kiara's she's not a 50 charger.
Well,
right?
I mean,
charger.
she's 30, 40, or 50, depends on what turn.
Yeah. Okay, but like for most arts looping, what you do is you unlock a pen 2, and then you use 50 battery, so you get 60.
I was actually quoting someone in chat because talking about the first 2 turns, because like Kiara has the massive turn 3, but she has very subpar turn 1 and 2.
Yeah, well, Kiara is like the epitome of this problem. Yeah. Right, and it doesn't even it extends to her battery as well, where you have to wait for 2 turns for it to take full effect. But that's why Kiara doesn't, like, people.
I feel like that's why you said 30%, right? I forgot that you can't do both.
Yeah, you can't do both. Like, I mean, 1 stack is usually enough for this 3rd skill, but yeah.
Yeah.
Like people usually don't loop with Kiara for farming. Like I did loop farm with her when things were back in the good old days when there's only 333 nodes. But like right now, I just think 30. She's a 30 charger. Like you should treat her as a 30 charger. But
Yeah.
anyways, that like people love to compare their loop farming. I think it's really pointless because the thing is, unless you're a psychopath, you won't get both of them to like high MP and grill both of them. Like okay, I guess if you like Rin and Sakura, like if you really like Rin and Sakura, because like a lot of people like both Rin and Sakura, I guess that's possible just out of love for the characters. Then you can decide on who to bring this depending on the situation. But like the difference is not big enough for people to like switch. Like I wouldn't call if you're already using Space Ishtar and you're like switching to Summer Calm, I wouldn't call it like a real upgrade. It's more like a 0.5. It's more like iPhone to like iPhone 4 to like iPhone 4 Pro. I don't even know if Pro exists in iPhone 4. I don't know. Dude, I don't know how to explain it. It's really weird. Like
Yeah, they're basically side grades for the most part.
yeah.
I'd just say like outside of farming, I think Kama is just flat out better. Like
Outside of farming, well, okay. There's one thing that Space Ishtar is better at. I would say like
she's more flexible.
if you enjoy like I people are calling me out. But like if you enjoy min turns and or like just quick clears, I don't want to call it's not necessarily min turns, but if you like to clear stuff fast, I really like Space Ishtar Buster. Like if you can somehow pull off Space Ishtar Buster within like 3 turns, it doesn't even have to be 3 turns because you refresh the second skill actually, so you can technically you can have it up for like 6 turns. But
Yeah.
like I really like her Buster mode. It's really fun, but most people don't care because it doesn't matter most of the cases. So if you're just treating her as an art servant, yeah, I totally agree. I think Kama is just a lot better.
Yeah.
Kama has even more advantage in non-farming situations
Oh
because
yeah.
yeah, she has more consistent refund, but her wave 1, wave 2 damage is really bad. Like if you only have her at MP1, I'm not trying to discourage you from rolling this character, but don't expect her to do amazing damage when you're looping at MP1 on the first and second wave. It's like really bad. But you know, any other case, I would say she has generally better survival. Like her first skill is already a better survival than whatever Space Ishtar can pull out. It's just already a better skill, and then obviously she has the charm, and then and then she has the burning love that she can stack if she gets to Brave Chain, and then her MP damage is actually less of a problem because the 20% defense down is loopable. It is also a ramp up effect, but it only affects challenge quests, right? But yeah.
Yeah.
So
I kind of like Kama's NP more for challenge quests because the defense down that affects your card damage, and then she's also got her third skill that's affecting her card damage.
true.
So
Yeah.
even though you have the plus 100% on the extra attack for Spishtar, you're getting like a bunch of yeah. Also as you're ramping up your damage from using Brave Chains with Kama, that's affecting your NP as well.
Yes, your MP does hit harder with the burning. Like yeah, like if you do MP Brave Chain and then you
Yeah.
MP again next turn, which you will be
Yeah.
because it's MP Brave Chain, right? On an Arts AoE, it's suddenly a 40% extra power mod out of
Yeah.
nowhere. Well, it's not, it's
Yeah.
out of her third skill, right? So it's really good. I do solo with her sometimes, but it's okay. Like it's mostly fun, right? It's
Yeah.
mostly because I have the character at 100. She has some survivability. It's fun, but she is definitely able to pull some solos off. I think Space Ishtar basically cannot solo anything. I don't think like yeah, you can she can beat rulers, but like who can't beat rulers as Avenger, right? So it's like
Sometimes Salieri.
well, okay, well that's a 3-star, right? So
Yeah.
like Space Ishtar has I guess the only edge she has when she's soloing is she can kind of MP Brave Chain like very often. And when she MP Brave Chain very often, that's a lot of damage against a single target. But that doesn't really the edge is no longer there if you also consider commas burning love stacking with the brave chains, right? So it's, I don't know, is yeah, I'd say in general performance comma is a lot more well-rounded as an art servant, especially like because Space Ishtar is just so bland without the card change. Like if you take away the card chain, the card type change, her skill set suddenly becomes like a 3-star. Well, I mean minus
Yeah.
the 50 battery,
Yeah.
right? So she has really bad skills if she doesn't have the card change effect. And if you're expecting to use her as an arts AoE looper in a challenge quest, then that's exactly what it is. She just doesn't have any good effects. So Summer Kama definitely very solid. No question about that. People really like this character for arts farming. Just beware that her wave 1 wave 2 damage is not amazing, and you might have to do some sacrifices or of money to manually upgrade her MP. That's what people like to call it. Manual MP upgrades. Just pay more money to get her a higher MP. Or you can wait a year and then just get a thing that just smashes both of these characters' skulls in and just completely invalidates their existence in farming. If you're willing to wait a year, which a year is far away, but is it really that far away? I don't know. Is it that much of a wait for literally the best AoE character debatable in the game? I didn't even say arts. So depends on you, man. Depends on you.
What NP level do I need for Space Ishtar?
Where is it? Where's the question?
It's a question I've seen a lot.
Oh.
Every time she gets a banner, people go into like all sorts of fate chats and just ask like, "Hey, what NP level do I need?"
How high can you get? Like that look, that's just the thing with arts loopers.
High as a kite.
The higher the better. The higher the better. That's also why I never suggest spreading out. Like if you just listen to what we said here, right? You'll be like, oh man, why would I pull for a Space Ishtar? Why would I, if I already have Space Ishtar, why would I pull for more Space Ishtars? Why wouldn't I just go for Summer Kama? Because that's one less MP level on your Space Ishtar, right? I'd say like only stop on these arts units like after MP. I'm not saying, I'm just saying like if you're choosing between rolling another arts looper versus upgrading the arts looper's MP that you already have, only stop after you already got your existing one to MP3 or something.
Yeah.
Then consider another AoE arts, because before that, it's not going to be better than something you already invested in. You're starting from scratch. Like when we compare these two characters, we're assuming them to be at the same MP level, which I feel like for most people who are asking, they don't. Like they already have one of them, and they're like, oh, should I pull for another one? Most of the time, the answer is no, unless you already have them at higher MP level, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's always better to just go all in on one if you're doing that. Like if you've already got NP5 Spishtar, commas, and a necessity, the same other way around.
Yeah.
Same with Summer Ibuki, because like even with Summer Ibuki and how amazing she is, like if you got NP5 Summer comma Grailed, I just remembered who I'm talking to.
Yeah. Well, look, I am not a normal player. I don't think anyone should do what I do. Even if you're a whale, you shouldn't do what I do, because like what happens is just I literally never use Summer Kama, period. I uploaded a video recently of a challenge, of the summer challenge quest where I did solo with her, but that's literally like before that I haven't touched her for like a year. I've literally not touched this character for a year. It's just that's what happens if you roll for multiple arts AoEs. You're gonna ditch one of them.
Yeah.
And like, is it really worth it to ditch something that you put so much, investment in, like for a year, and then just upgrade? It's like buying an iPhone every year. Like, do you really want to buy a new phone every single year just because they came up with a newer model?
You're not even
like,
trading it in.
Yeah, you're not even trading it in. Yeah, like Ibuki might have been, Ibuki might be I don't know what's the most high end phone right now. I don't know, the Samsung Fold or something, like where you can like look at the screen like backwards and forth. I don't know. It's some like crazy phone that is like more powerful than a laptop. Maybe she might be that,
Yeah,
but
I mean, you're only using it for texting and calling people for work anyways, so what the fuck is the point of getting a new one?
yeah, yeah. So like I would say most art servants are stuck in this very awkward place where I don't know it's hard for people to like decide what they want to do with these art servants, and nothing gets FGO fan more riled up than talking about art loopers, which is pretty
Yeah.
funny. But the truth of the matter is, the war between Rin and Sakura, they're just very close, and it will never end. The debate will never end. There's always a debate where one is better than the other. Even if our conclusion today here is that Summer Kama might be better in most cases, but once again, sometimes if you don't have enough damage on the first two waves, doesn't matter. It might not matter, right? So I don't know. It's
Yeah.
remember Durga? No, who's Durga?
What are you talking about? That's the person on screen right now.
Who who's Durga? What are you talking about, man? What are you talking about? This character? This character lost me a tournament. I've never expect these words to come out of my mouth, but Durga lost me a FGO tournament. All right, like it's fucking hilarious.
I implore you, please do this, because it would be so fucking funny. If like at the end of the NA event,
Yeah.
do a costume demonstration for Kama, but just use Kali.
Oh yeah, arts, costume demonstration. But
Yeah,
it's actually
because she's
Durga.
blue.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've wanted the blue Kama for so long. I know a lot of people want the One Piece swimsuit for Kama, but I always want the blue Kama. Maybe that's racism, but I think Hindu gods being blue is pretty sick, right? But they never gave us the blue Kama, despite that thing literally existing in game because we fight it. But
Yeah.
there you go. That's why I dropped like $1,000 on the other blue Sakura, whatever.
Yeah. Can't believe they made it so you had to pay for her new costume.
Yeah, just pay for a new one where she's an archer and she has worse skills. Sure, why not?
Alright, so what's your
anyways.
score?
I don't know. Like a 9 out of 10, and then after, gazing upon Summer Ibuki, it's like a 3 out of 10, but that's her problem. It's not really Kama's problem.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a 9 out of 10 is fair, so yeah, 8 or 9. So yeah. Yeah, let's go with 9. Okay, so up next, this is someone I have a bit more experience with, because I do hold on, I got a message. So I have her in P2. I've used her a good bit because I find her a bit fun, even if she is pretty simple. Canis is, I'd say she's a really strong servant. So let me have her at the ready here. I'm also gonna open up another web page since we've been doing this comparison thing a lot. I gotta bring up another one.
Are you pulling up the free one? Oh no, bro! Don't pull up the free lizard.
The free
Are you
lizard?
pulling up the free?
No,
You're not
no,
pulling
no.
up the free lizard? Oh, you're not pulling up the free lizard. All right, that's fine.
Yeah, that'd be too mean. I feel like they've got some differences there too. Like,
True.
thank you to Aki Deboa for the follow.
I'd like to look. I don't like to think of myself as like the influencer, whatever. But I'd like to think of myself to be like one of the reasons why people really undersell this character, which I apologize, because I remember on Miss tier list I said like she's literally just worse than Ryder Liz, and one of them is free. So why do you bother? And then I think I saw somebody's review of her called like destroyed by Cinderella or something.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I apologize for that.
Yeah, I don't think she's like outright worse. She is faster. Like, she does damage faster than Ryder
Yeah.
Liz. Because Ryder Liz,
Yeah.
when you look at the mods she has, all Ryder Liz has is the Buster buff and the attack buff on her NP. She doesn't have anything for her crits beyond, like, she's got a good star bomb. But she's more focused on just being well-rounded, whereas
Yeah, and
Canis
living.
Canis is also
She lives
well-rounded, but not in that way. She is more offensively geared, although she still has the basics of what you need. Uh,
Yeah,
so so her gains are pretty damn good. Her quick cards, meh, but her arts cards at base are 2%, which is really solid. Also, factor in the fact that you're using a rider here, which means you're probably against a caster, which is a 20% boost, so it goes up to 2.4%. Uh, and then she's got a interesting charisma, a sexist charisma. Yeah, at least she's sexist in the other way, because like everyone else is like biased towards females, whereas most are biased toward. And now she is biased towards males or unknown. So 20% attack and 30% crit. It's usually you're just usually going to be using it for herself, but if you're using more than one DPS, it does do some good stuff.
yeah.
Then Buster Arts. So we got another 30% modifier on her arts card. So we're talking about basically over 3% against casters, which is like so good.
Yep.
So she uses her NP pretty often. Then she's got Buster, which is like, okay, she's got 30, 30, and 20 as far as multiplicative mods go. And then she's got a Star Bomb, which doesn't look that big, but she's a rider, so she's going to be taking the
Gonna get
stars.
all of it. Yep.
Yeah. On top of that, she has stars per turn here. And people get a little hung up on this half of the skill.
It's not important,
Yeah,
honestly.
yeah, honestly, like 90% of the time, it's not really going to do anything. Now, it does affect her NP, but water side, okay, so she has guts for 3 turns, 1 turn. 1 time 3 turns, that is. And then 10 stars per turn. Somewhere between the 10 stars per turn and whatever stars per turn you've got allies doing, and then her second skill, you're basically guaranteeing crits on her.
Yeah.
And then
This reminds me a lot of. Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say this reminds me a lot of Melusine's summer Melusine
yeah,
second skill.
yeah,
It's like you don't really need the extra field base. It's just kind of like it's nice to have, but it doesn't really matter that much. But
yeah,
anyway, sorry.
yeah. Yeah, and like 20 stars per turn means she's definitely critting, because she also has the 500%. But she's a rider, you're getting 10 plus stars per turn. You're fine on that. My only issue is it's one of those modern guts where it's 1 time, 3 turn, 6 turn cooldown. And I
Yeah.
do kind of miss the 5 turn ones. Yeah,
It's
they
very
don't.
bad uptime, and it's like
Yeah.
it's very like you had to have to time it, which like it's never comfortable to time like a gut sometimes. So I just use it as like crit, crit thing.
Yeah.
Most-
Yeah. But excuse me. Oh, yeah, she also has more arts. So, yeah, just for fun, I'm gonna count up. I'm gonna calc this. 0.66 times 3 times 1.2 from casters times 1.34. Yeah, we're at 3.18%. And then, like, she's also very likely to crit, so yeah. She's got really good, really solid gains. So yeah, not much on passives. It's kind of a shame she doesn't have the damage cut she used to. But like
Yeah,
it is what it is.
it would have made her so much.
Yeah,
She's just
yeah, just more defensively oriented. So
yeah,
she gets NP damage for 20% for 3 turns. So that's pretty nice. That means if you get her to NP multiple times, she's going to be ramping up off of that. And that's not that difficult because, as I've so thoroughly emphasized, she has really solid gains.
yeah.
And she also gets a crit buff per NP, which is, yeah, 50% crit per NP. That's 80% with 1 NP. So her NP damage is pretty solid, and then she also increases her card damage every time she does that. Yeah, it's like
If she is
Zenobia.
in Waterfield, she pops off really hard.
Oh yeah, Yeah, and that's
Yeah,
20% more. I don't feel like she's missing out on too much there, but like
it's
20% for
not, but yeah, it like I feel like just if you're able to do this every turn, like I always think solo. I know it's not that, but her arts cards are so good. So if you get to like do this kind of like back to back,
Oh yeah.
it suddenly becomes really stupid, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, use her NP twice, you have 100% crit from it. That that's so nuts. Uh
yeah,
so honestly really solid. So here's who I want to compare her to, and I know some NA
Huang Fei
onlys
Hu.
have no idea who this guy is. Most people don't
True.
because,
Yep, there you go.
yeah. So this guy was released on last Halloween. Hey, Ethereal, thank you for the raid. I'm doing a podcast right now, so I can't say much.
Yeah,
But,
hello.
but this is Huang Fei Hu. So he's got better hit counts because, but like his arts cards aren't quite as good. But like he has this 20% arts here, which helps out. It's less arts than she has, but she has other things going on.
Hmm.
That was extremely delayed. I'm not sure why it still did that. I thought I had it turned
Yeah.
off, but yeah, that was the raid alert for YouTube listeners.
Oh, I see. I see.
Yeah. So Buster and Arts, yeah, uh, yeah, and then he also changes his alignment, which sounds kind of weird, but it makes sense because his second skill has a gimmick. And that gimmick is he can either increase his crit damage by 50%, or he can increase his NP gain by 50%. And when you do that, he has better arts cards than
Canis.
Canis.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say they're
Close.
probably. Hold on, I'm gonna calculate it just to make sure I'm not full of shit.
I
So
mean, it depends on your team as well, I'd say. But
yeah,
I guess you don't really get that much MP gain ups in Buster comps, and in your
yeah,
unit.
0.2
Uh,
times. Yeah,
Obviously, I would have liked it a lot more if it was adding a trait, but I guess that would be a bit too good. Is it
yeah.
too good though? Like, come on.
Oh yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, it does cancel out. Uh,
The other one,
yeah, the other one. It actually changes it. It doesn't add it on top of the other. Uh, so uh, he has a 3% arts card. If he has this active, it is very easy to spam his NP. So yeah, it's really good stuff there. Or you can just go for card damage because you might have enough battery that you don't have to worry about it. By the way, speaking of battery, I always forget about this, but he has 20% per turn here. So
helps
20%.
him loop even more. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's arguably better for spamming than Canis is. And then he has the same, literally the exact same survival she does, which is 3k guts, one time 3 turn duration, and then 6 turn cooldown. And then instead of doing 20% attack for the team, 30% crit for specific people, he does 30% attack for himself and 30% crit for himself. And then he also gets stars per turn instead of a star bomb. So yeah, more stars per turn. You see, there's a lot of overlap between the two of them. I was annoyed by this at first, but then he's got really good passives. Like, his passives are really solid. A lot better than hers, for sure, because she only has
Yeah.
2.
Well,
So, 12.5% debuff resist, then 10% more because he has the Foreigner passive, except it's not called the Foreigner passive. What's
Mhm.
up?
No, I was just gonna say it's fair that he loses MP better because like Canis gets a lot more out of her MP, I'd say.
Oh, yeah.
If
Yeah,
she's
her NP
stupid,
damage is better than his.
and her ramp up is like better as well.
Yeah.
It's a crit up.
Yeah. So he has a passive 10% Buster crit. So we're talking about 50%. We're talking about 30% right here, potentially 50% from here. He doesn't have any there, and he doesn't have any on his NP, but he has, yeah, just between those, his Buster cards have 90% crit, and you don't have to NP for that. So you can immediately start critting. And he has starts per turn as a passive. Like, it's only 2, but they're going to him.
Yeah.
And then his NP is not that fancy. It only has one effect, which is technically three effects, but he gets a rainbow buff of 10 to 20%, so don't bother with the overcharge.
Well, it's
Uh,
still ramps though.
yeah, but it lasts for 3 turns, and that affects his NP gain, and that affects his damage. So with 1 NP, we're looking at 30% Buster, 50% at, sorry, 90% crit, and 30% attack. Whereas with Canis, we have 20% attack unless you're on water side. Then with 1 NP, which that's what I said for him, you got 80% crit and then 30% Buster Arts. So it's very comparable. I gotta check their attack stats. Hold on. 9,500. His is 700 lower though, so I'd say it kind of depends. They're I'd say they're interchangeable. Her NP damage is better, but I'd say he's a little more focused. And yeah. So I don't think it's like he's flat out better than her or anything. They've still got some. It's like red apples to green apples rather than apples to oranges.
Yeah. I mean,
I just
don't
want
know.
I just like talking about him because no one remembers him, and he is so good. Like,
People don't even remember the assassin, which the assassin's also really good, I'd
yeah,
say. To be honest, but she's like really high up there for AOE quicks, but their banner is just immensely unpopular because
yeah,
of the timing, because people hate quick.
yeah,
She's not Charlie. There you
yeah,
go.
yeah. Basically,
I hope her popularity grows after this summer because of the CE that has her thigh on half of the image. Her thigh is like half the CE image.
yeah, yeah,
But I don't know. This
yeah.
Canis is like
And
she's very different from Ryder Liz. She's very more offensive, I'd say. Like I do use her. When she first came out, I used her quite a bit, just for fun, because she's really fun to use. When you loop her MP, she kind of goes out of control, and especially if she's on water side, she just keeps using her MP, and then eventually you get to a point where you start instead doing MP BB, and then she starts killing things really quickly. But it's
Yeah, yeah. She's.
I don't know.
I think she's completely solid.
I think she's really solid. I just think there's so many good, like, single target riders, and especially like Huang Fei, who's permanent, and who like Kinto Ki and Liz are free.
Yeah,
Like, she's definitely a unit where people only get her because they pulled for Summer Kama or they really like Kane. Like, I don't think.
yeah,
I don't think she differentiates herself enough, especially after Huang Fei, who I like you said, they're very similar. They're like, I feel like they're like more offensive variants than Ryder Liz, where they kind of pop off after, and Huang Fei doesn't even need to loop his MP to pop off. So,
yeah,
it's hard. It's hard.
yeah, yeah. Green apples to red apples. Yeah. I think one thing to note about Ryder Liz is she has more utility. Like, she has the debuff removal, which is really nice. That's most of the utility now that I think of it. But she also has she has a 3-turn, 5-turn cooldown invuln, which is which is so good.
Yeah.
But
Her
like,
cooldown was
yeah,
554.
but yeah, if I don't need the debuff clear and I don't need the extra survival, and also I don't need the I just said debuff clear. The also, if I have like NP2 Canis, I would prefer Canis because Canis is
I mean,
yeah,
Yeah, her damage is a lot better, honestly. Like her damage is like a lot better.
Yeah,
Like it's the same with Anastasia and what's her face and Chloe, right? But I just feel like most people neglect her over Ryder Liz because like when people really bring out single target riders, they're probably fighting against something tough, like the meter,
yeah,
like or it might not even be a like I feel like Ryder Liz definitely got a lot more, which is not a fair comparison. But she got a lot more like um attention put on her after she was able to she's like essentially like almost the best damage dealer against Kamazots that is free. uh
hmm,
I mean, yeah, like BB also is good, but you know she has anti beast, wild beast, and you know she does a lot of damage, she clears debuffs, and she also has a battery. She has instant access to stars, more stars than Canis, I think. Or is it
yeah,
30? It's like 30 stars.
yeah,
So like I just feel like a lot of cases she maybe her immediate effects, like if you swap Canis's survival for her immediate effects, then Canis would feel like a more focused, like full on offensive. I'm just gonna explode in the enemy's face and blow them up very quickly. But like Liz does also have the battery. Like I feel like people really value battery. Maybe they overvalue it, but it just allows her to start
yeah,
faster and it allows her to start with the stars, and she's free. Like I think she's free is also like a huge draw. So I don't know. I'm not saying Canis is completely invalidated. I
yeah,
definitely say I was being a bit hyperbole when I was talking about her in
yeah,
the Miss Tier List stuff. But
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it's not as much of a slaughter fest as single target arts riders, though. Like, holy shit, dude. Like,
Mm.
it's with single target buster riders, they're not as it's
There
not
aren't
like
other
a
single target
slaughter.
arts writers, no? Is there
There
anyone other than Murasaki?
there's three. There's Nemo and there's Ryoma. Oh well, there's also Mandracardo. It's just like I'd say Murasaki
Ah,
is like
Nemo.
way
Well,
ahead.
I mean, Realma's not a real character until he's Lancer, so.
Yeah, yeah, dude. Ryoma, I, I, I think, I think we're gonna get a Gura Gura event like in the next month or so, and
We
also,
should, we should.
yeah, also they're going to add other Gura Gura servants to the evocation shop because he
They,
definitely
they
needs it.
have to buff it.
I, but
They have to buff it.
I will be so pissed if they make him anti-Earth. Not because that's gonna make him better than Murasaki, because holy shit,
It's
no,
gonna make him
that's
worse
no.
than Murasaki.
He's
Well,
still
he's
gonna
already
be a
worse.
downgrade. But like, oh my god, dude,
No,
that would be
yeah, the
so
thing,
dumb.
would it make sense for him to be anti-Earth lore-wise? Like he's like he's like a revolutionist. He'd be like anti-sky, because the emperor is like god in Japan or
Yeah,
something.
I
No,
don't know
wait,
much
no,
about
he's
them.
returning. Never mind. He's returning the. He's returning the.
He's returning.
uh, Okay, so basically, like you know the Sengoku era, it's like they're removing the power from the emperor and they're giving it down to crazy people like Nobu. You probably know Nobu. I'm not sure if you know Nobunaga, but you know that very crazy person as like a complete maniac. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
I am familiar.
but Real was kind of like the opposite. He's like giving the the power back to the central government and the so maybe he'd be anti-man. He'd be like anti crazy people or something. I don't know, dude.
I'd prefer if they like doubled down on his supportive capability and like
I'll
made
make the
it.
battery AoE 30. Let's go.
I, honestly, I'd prefer it if like his NP like gave the team some effect because right now his NP is
Oh,
piss. But
you
I guess
can
they could
you
do
can
some.
build
I
him
guess
like
they could do something like amp up that battery to 30% for the team, and also put like an NP damage buff for the team. That would definitely help.
he he could give cooldown reduction. I don't know on MP.
Yeah, I
That
don't.
could be.
I don't know if that'd break him, but He needs
No, I mean
something right now.
it would not break him, but that'd be fun. I feel like cooldown reduction is an effect that Lasengle is very scared of giving out.
Yeah,
They're very scared of giving cooldown reduction. But recently, the trend has been they've been giving them out kind of more randomly. Like they gave it
yeah,
to Ibuki for some reason. I don't know why.
yeah. And
They gave it to
uh,
Takasugi. They gave it to
yeah, and they gave it
Suzuka.
to two separate servants on this summer because they gave it to Barghest as well.
Oh, Barget. Yeah, true. Yeah, so like they gave it to a lot of people. Maybe they could have given. I don't know.
Yeah,
They're still scared of MP, like cooldown reduction on MP. They're so scared that they've still given it to Tamamo, and they've still used it as an excuse, I assume, to not buff her because
yeah,
she has cooldown reduction on MP. That's like oh my god. Just buff her, dude. Imagine how good the Bob comp would be if they buff her. Holy crap. Anyways.
yeah.
Hey, sorry. Back to
That's fine.
Canis. How did it go? How did it come to this?
Yeah, yeah. Just talking about Art's single targets. I guess I guess it was my
Okay.
fault that I sent us over on that path.
It's
So
fun.
yeah, yeah. I mean, it's fun conversation. So who cares? As long as we're sitting here entertaining ourselves and the people listening to
Yeah.
us. Yeah.
I love complaining about Tamamo's lack of buffs. I'm legit. God, please. Anyways.
Yeah. Okay. So Canis, I'd give like like as far as 4 stars go, because I feel like 4 stars and 5 stars should have their own scales. Like a 10 out of 10 on a 5 star. On a 4 star, it would probably be like an 8 out of 10 on a 5 star, like comparatively. Because like the worst 5 star is way better than some of the best low stars.
I mean that's stats though.
Yeah.
Like if we just talk about,
Yeah.
skill
Yeah.
set, like I totally understand if they could just, they could just give Krimhild better stats and then made her a 5 star and changed nothing. I'd have zero problems with that, right?
Yeah.
And she'd still be pretty top tier. Same with someone like Summer Aris or I don't know, maybe Faker. I don't know, whatever. But yeah, I know what you mean. But
Dude,
we shouldn't
Rio
come
was so pissed that you kept saying Eris. It's so funny. Yeah.
Say,
I mean,
Say,
I replied Tia Lock to him, so I got him.
Say. Dude, I can't. Why do I have to call her Arise?
It
Because
doesn't
yeah, it's it's Erise in
Erichi.
katakana.
Some people say Erichi. Like, I don't know where the chi comes from. I mean, I know
Rice.
E-rice. Electronic rice. Okay, so
Sorry.
yeah, so I'd say I'd say an 8 out of 10 on Canis. Because, like, I don't know, if we're giving it... Because I'd probably give a 10 out of 10 to Liz. And I don't feel like she's that much worse. I'd say, like, 8 or 9.
Nah, I give her like a... Oh, am I lagging?
Not that I can tell.
Oh, I give her like a 7. I gotta stick to what I still think for most people it's kind of like she's kind of like she exists. I'd use her, but she's not a character where most people would go for outside of preference. But she's got good art.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so I think we can settle on like an 8. It's like right between there. Okay,
Yeah.
so next up, Sei Shonagon Stan. I know as soon as you came here, you asked if I had gone here, but next up is Sei. So I got a lot of good things to say about Sei. So I've gone through a good bit of a time putting these like my thoughts about this character to words. So I know I can give some really good analysis here. I'm not sure if Plushie's super acquainted with her, but I know you've made a couple
Not
videos with her.
Yeah, but not like it's basically always emphasizing her Buster chain. Like I honestly I'm not like that acquainted with her outside of just hitting very hard with her Buster chain. But
Yeah. So, Sei is a single target, quick berserker with a buster deck. And that's a weird combo. So her gains are good, because she's got a 1% stat there, and like her arts card is 3 hits, so she has an arts card that is on par with King Hassan's. And she has a really solid quick card, which is 4%. So off to a good start. And then she's got, because she has a 1%, and she has 3 buster cards, 3 hit buster cards. Each one of those, if you have the arts bonus on it, or which you can get either from just starting it with an arts card, or you're gonna do Mighty Chains, it's gonna be 3%. Unless you crit, then you get 6% from a buster card. So I think that's kind of worth mentioning. So her first skill, dude, I love her skills. So her first skill is 3 turn 30% attack, and then 3 turn 30% crit, and then 20% battery. So there's not really any conflict of interest here. Like I can use these two at the same time, and like that gets me her NP. This is gonna boost her NP. So yeah, that all works together real nice. And then like I want to use the crit buff with the attack buff. It's good. A good set of skills. They synergize good. Then she's got 2-hit, 3-turn evasion, which is real solid. Yeah, 3-turn, and it's on a 6-turn cooldown. And then she's got a big absorb and a big crit buff, so 130% crit here. And, dude, so some people have issues with steroids being tied to survival, and I get that. But here, since it's 2 attacks, 3 turns, it's nowhere near as egregious. And also, if you're using someone like her, when I play with someone like her, I use taunts, which means that the evasion is definitely welcome, because sometimes I'm up against an AoE enemy, and then I don't have to worry about her tanking it. And I can also preserve the evasion, because I'm just sitting there, like, not taking hits at all. And then, like, the crit damage is so huge. It is such a massive boost. 100%. Oof. And then her third skill is... it's not really anything amazing. So, and I really like this, because the one thing that actually matters is the crit stars. The crit stars are really nice. She doesn't
25.
care... Yeah, 25. That's pretty... Yeah, 25 is pretty rare. It's usually 20, but she can definitely use those because she is a berserker who has bad absorb. So she has the heal. She doesn't get much out of the heal, so you can just pop it whenever. You can put it on a support, and yeah. The burn debuff immune is just a fun little thing. This is a popsicle, by the way. That's exactly what this skill is. So, no conflict of interest here. Like, you can use it whenever. No conflict of interest here. No conflict of interest. You can use these pretty freely without worrying about them wasting an effect. And, like, 3-turn effects are great for critting. So one little bit of strategy, by the way. One thing I really like about her is you can try to go for 2 turns of crits. Yeah, shaved ice, whatever, same shit. Basically, it's a cult treat. So this, you can use this to guarantee 1 crit turn because you got the absorb, and then you can also use this on that turn if you have no stars, or you can use it on a separate turn to just overflow on stars so you don't need the absorb. So, yeah. And then she's got passive buster, that's nice. This is like the most useless passive ever. 4% increase in quick absorb. So, she gets like 0.4%, not percent, 0.4 absorb increase on quick cards.
Very amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, even in a solo, I don't think it's gonna affect her that much.
Nope. And you might want to just use triple buster anyway.
Yeah,
Or mighty things, which neither involves her quick cards.
yeah, yeah,
MP, yeah, me
yeah.
if you include her.
And as I mentioned earlier, she's got this charm resist. Did I mention it earlier? I thought of it. I don't think I mentioned
You
it.
didn't, but
Yeah,
it is a very
yeah.
good passive. It's
Oh yeah,
essentially immunity. It's almost immunity.
yeah. On a counterclassing servant, it's not as good. But since she's a berserker, it's the same thing as with Galatea, where if you have these special niches, you can justify using her over other servants that counterclass. So it's really nice in very specific fights. I do like that. Speaking of niches, that's all her NP is. It's just niches. So she gets special attack, same way that Jack gets special attack against females. She gets, yeah, she gets anti-lawful, lots of lawful enemies. By the way, that's the better kind of alignment to have because, like there's columns and rows, and like there's fewer columns than there are rows. So there's if you were to assume every group was equal, which I mean it's I don't think it is equal, but this would be a third of servants.
Yeah, yeah.
Because
Technically, one third
yeah.
of all servants.
Yeah. And then anti-shadow servant, that's like never gonna come up. There's very few instances where it does come up. Yep. So, yeah, and they usually don't have much HP, so, but you still have man attribute here. And it's great that this is the one that scales with overcharge. Because...
This is the most common one.
Yeah. Yeah, so these traits come up really often. And once again, since she's a berserker, this means sometimes she's going to be out damaging your counterclasser. Which is, yeah, big boost for viability.
And like lawful men isn't like awfully rare.
Yeah.
Let's be yeah. So 1/3 and 1/3. You know, and there's definitely gonna be overlaps. So
yeah,
hits really hard.
Yeah, the downside is her base damage. Like if you're not getting any niches, it's lower than like basically all of her competition. But she has like the least awkward kit. She has one of the most well orchestrated kits out of her and her competition.
Yeah, and all of her. Wait, let me check.
Well, what's up?
I was just gonna say, yeah, all of her traits are power mods, which means that it extends to her buster crits. Yay.
Yeah, if you use it with your NP, then and once upon a time, it would be preferable for it to be on a buster NP, because then you get the buster starting bonus and you can follow it up with 2 cards and an extra card. But now that we have Mighty Chains, you can cram in the buster card and an arts card, and you still get the buster starting bonus. And also, when you do that, her arts card's really good, so you get a bunch of gain. I know that me and Plushy kind of disagree on this, but I think that Quick benefits more from Mighty Chains than Buster.
Yeah, we do disagree. I do think Buster is better, because... I mean, I'm definitely thinking it more of a solo mindset, because like you don't necessarily want to use the crappy quick cards in a lot of servants, but if you're soloing, the quick cards start gen and the arts cards MP gain and the quick cards MP gain is I do prefer that, but
I just feel like quick NPs are just so much better than quick cards. So like using a quick MP and then getting crits on arts for gain and then buster for damage.
I think we talked about that when we talked about Summer Scotty and why her design is so interesting. Is because for quick, like right now in the game, I'd say their MPs are the strongest because they do the most damage. Just even if like all other conditions are the same, quick MP does slightly more damage, and while Buster and Arts does the same. But then quick have the weakest cards, so then if you focus on Buster cards for damage, then it's good. It's good time.
Yeah.
So, anyways.
Yeah, and speaking of Summer Scotty, she has some really good synergy with Summer Scotty, because Summer Scotty buffs almost all of her cards. She'll she'll boost her NP with the 50% quick buff, but she boosts the cards, the Buster cards, with 100% crit. And then she also boosts the quick with the quick buff. Yep. Which is good for her gains, so yeah.
Yeah.
And so
really good.
Yeah, just really, really nice. And then she also has the Buster Absorb, which affects most of her cards. Just really nice stuff all around, in my opinion.
For free to plays, as you said, works well with Chengong because
Oh yes. Oh yeah, dude. That Fergus quest. You know how he has like a ton of. He has a pretty fat amount of HP. Yeah, he also has a bunch of HP. Oh no, she can't break the damage cut. That's.
Oh, I don't think anyone can break that, right? That's 100%. No,
I think it's like how much. It's over 1 million.
A million? Oh yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. No
yeah. But she's really good in that fight because, like, dude, her buffs plus Chengong, she can break with 2 Buster cards. And he has almost 400,000 HP. And that is just insane. That is so much damage. And she doesn't even need her NP for it. So she does more damage with her cards at times than her NP. She is a 10 out of 10 for me.
I mean, okay. Personally, I wouldn't go that far just because...
Yeah, I understand.
But, because of her, I do like her better than Canis, because one, single target berserkers are strong, but single target quick berserkers, I mean, they're also strong, but I think she exceptionally, amplifies the value of someone like Summer Scotty, right? And she has really decent, she has double anti-trade. I'm even when we're not counting the Shadow Servants. And then I like that a lot. And the double and both the anti-trait are generic traits that all servants has to have. It's one of them is lawful, neutral, evil, and then one of them is man, earth, and sky. Basically all servants. I mean, there's star and beast, but basically all servants has to have these traits. So it's really common for her to hit an anti-trait. Also extends to her face cards. So I like her a lot. I give her an 8 out of 10, I guess. I mean,
8 out of 10?
Okay. If we're giving Canis 7 out of 10, I'm definitely giving her 8 out of 10.
Yeah. It's kind of funny because, most of the quick NP with Buster deck servants are AoE. She's the only one that's single target.
Is it her and Shang Yu, no? Is there another one?
There's also Lancelot and Frankenstein and...
Frankenstein.
And Tamcat. They're all berserkers for some reason.
Oh, true, Tamcat. Oh, bro, I forgot.
Yeah, and usually, the AoE works better because you make stars to use on the next turn. If you can act on the next turn, that is.
I think that's actually, it's pretty evident. I've seen a lot of people run her with double Koyan. If you're fighting against man as well.
I know I know you
don't use her MP.
Yeah, I know Nyelter has a single target NP, but she has a Buster Quick deck.
Yeah. I think that just a lot of people just hyper focus on her cards anyways. I mean, and then they only use her MP to get the anti-man and anti-lawful.
Yeah.
And not actually do damage, which is
I don't know. Yeah, and that's just the state of Quick right now. It's just kind of hard to buff Quick as is. But yeah, as we get more supports, I think she's just going to scale really well.
Yeah. I like the anti-trade mainly. I think having 2 anti-trades kind of solves her damage issue because she has really low attack stat. But
yeah, as a matter of fact, I know people are discussing it in chat. I do go a bit more in depth on the Atalanta comparison in my video, which be ready to watch that in case In case you're not subbed, I do have a YouTube channel there. Hey, YouTube watchers, you should sub too.
That sounds like a interesting video.
Yeah,
Definitely.
I'm super excited for it. It as most of my reviews go, it's gonna be like 15 plus minutes long.
Yeah.
You don't want to? Oh man, not even half of my mods don't want to watch it now, man.
Bruh.
Okay, so
Yeah.
moving on, we've got one last servant, which is the welfare, which is Da
Oh,
Vinci
that's a
Lily.
good one.
Yeah,
I like
so
this one a lot.
I don't have a lot of experience with her, but I feel like what she has doesn't really, you don't really need a ton of experience to like understand her.
Yeah.
'Cause, like,
I mean, she pops up a lot recently for farming. That's for sure. Like that's definitely. I feel like that's the biggest change in terms of her general usage for most people. But we'll get into it and we'll talk more, I guess.
yeah. So so her arts cards are pretty good. She has a Buster Arts deck. She has 2.01% arts cards, but she has this really weird thing going on that I always forget about. She has 3 hits on everything.
Oh, true. I
Yeah,
didn't notice
yeah,
that.
absolutely everything. Her quick card, her arts card, her Buster card, her extra attack, and then her NP as well. So, rules of threes. So don't expect anything out of her extra attack. Her extra attack game is not great. It's pretty sad. But hey, the arts cards are nice at least. But that's assuming you're using her for damage. So first skill is a rainbow buff for one ally. It's 20%. So she benefits basically every card type. That's a little nice. Then yeah, there's not. Since she's a welfare, she has really simple skills, but I do feel like they have some nice synergy. So she also has a 20% battery and a 30% NP gain buff, which I think that is a bit notable.
Yep, definitely.
Yep. And then she has team NP damage and 1 stage of overcharge. And then crit chance down for 3 turns. And it's 20%. It doesn't work against everything, but a lot of things are 20% or less. But I think something that I didn't notice anyone say it until after I noticed it. And even then, I still don't hear people talk about it. She has the same arts buffs as Jufu. She has 10% less battery, but
Yeah,
she has, 30% gain, 20% arts.
Shufu definitely.
I definitely prefer Jufu, but
Yeah, like Shufu definitely overshadowed her a bit. But I remember when she first came out, people were like, "This is the new, like budget support, right?"
yeah.
And she's also
And then no one
Omni.
used her.
She isn't just arts. And
Yeah,
honestly,
yeah,
she has she has grown. Like her usage has grown exponentially. I'd say. Like I see her in a lot of multi-core comps. It may be for like less HP intensive stuff, but yeah, we'll talk about a little bit of that later, I guess.
yeah, yeah. Also, I feel I haven't tested her because dude, fucking ruler mats are a bit of a bitch if you don't go ham on lottos. But she has 20% quick and she has an NP gain buff. I feel like she can help patch a little bit of holes in quick looping, if necessary. But
I mean, she can patch holes for both quick and arts looping. It's just that like right now in JP, if you're doing like single core, if you just like people run triple Scotty and stuff. Like she's never the best choice, but she is a good choice, is what I'll say. I guess.
yeah,
Should I? I don't know.
I also had like this other idea. So
Mm.
so how much does she do with Tonal Eco? Because she has,
Oh, well, yeah,
yeah, she has
that
the
is the one
overcharge.
thing I was gonna mention. Yeah, like
Yeah,
she's really good with Malika. She's extremely good with Tonalika.
I
Uh,
see. Yeah, because the
I
overcharge helps her a bit. I'm not sure if
yeah,
the
like
20% is enough to make use of the recharge that she has.
people like well, I guess I won't say people. I just say me because it's not I can't speak for everyone, but I've definitely seen it used by other people as well. I like to run Tonalico and then Koya Dark and then her. This
Hmm.
it's kind of like a it to me it's like a universal. Um, if the third wave is single target, it's a lot of damage on Da Vinci
Hmm.
as the single target boss killer. Like I like that comp a lot personally. But I don't know.
Huh.
It
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm very comfortable with
She looks like she has some pretty interesting uses. Like like each number on its own doesn't look like that much, but like they work together pretty well, I think.
it. Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
she has some pretty decent passes. The fact that she's a ruler, I feel like that in and of itself is like a really good passive, 'cause you're resisting most damage.
Yeah, and they also have 1.1 base, so like their damage isn't like people. I don't know why people keep telling me rulers have bad damage. Right, like rulers have bad damage because they give them fat HP, like ruler Artoria, but they don't have to give them fat HP, like ruler Melusine. Like she's out damaging like Space Ishtar and stuff, right? So like
Yeah.
suddenly that's not an issue. It's also 1.1. They also have the highest like hidden multiplier on their class as well. So
You know that meme with the it's like some boomer comic where the hot guy talks to the girl in the cubicle and she's like fawning over him, and then the fat guy
oh
walks
yeah,
over and she's like,
and
"Hey,
it's just
sexual harassment." It's this,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
it's like
It's the same
Avengers
thing.
versus rulers.
Ruler. Yeah, like people always go like, "Oh my god, Avengers do so much damage and the rulers do so little damage."
Yeah,
And then like I have a perfect example to bring up actually for free. I mean, I'm not going to dwell on it too much, but
Dantes and Karen.
no. I mean, that is one as well, but this one everyone should have. Ramaru versus Io. If you look at their damage, it's like,
Oh
dude,
no.
that thing, Io would smash her face in. All right, like, dude, it. Look, like when you start not having the high, like when you start not having summer comma attack stats, Avengers aren't necessarily the offensive powerhouse that a lot of people
Yeah.
think they are. Right, and then rulers actually on the flip side have really high potential for damage, and Da Vinci is actually, I think her attack stats is really decent, and she has really good self steroids. So she honestly does. I'd say she does like pretty decent damage
Yeah,
as a single target.
I feel like the biggest problem with her damage wise though is just the fact that she targets most of this stuff. I wish this was AoE, but she's a welfare, so they got to make
Yeah,
that type of stuff targeted. Like if
I
this
think the
I
20 could have been AoE. Yeah,
yeah, if this was AoE and this was AoE, like holy shit, dude, that would be like 4-star support levels.
yeah,
If
yeah.
she wasn't a welfare.
If her second skill was AoE, you'd see her like almost everywhere for multi-core, I'd say, as like a budget option.
Yeah.
Because as long as as long as you don't need specifically AoE 30, she'd be like better than Coin or something. I don't know.
I mean, Korean Dark can like she can clear a wave.
Yeah, yeah, true. As
Uh,
a single target, well, I guess as a single target version. I don't know. She has really good support skills, yeah. And I tend to like. I remember because I really haven't been using her, since I got her. But then like when multi-core stuff comes out, I try to experiment with her. And I always thought her stuff are AoE, and it kind of screws over some of my calculations. But it just
yeah,
proves that I was like, damn, this character would be so insane if like her stuff
yeah,
are AoE. This is very good.
yeah. They gotta
It's easy.
they kind of pull back a little bit when they make rulers and
Yeah.
go with
Well,
their
fair.
skill effects. Okay.
Is Eastward Da Vinci a thing? No, because of their class. I mean, there's always a thing. It's always like there's always gonna be someone who makes it a thing, but in general, I wouldn't say it's a thing. I don't see it a lot. I think it's definitely because of her class. So, anyways,
Yeah.
you can.
So, lastly, we got her NP. So NP damage for 1 turn before her NP, which is that's pretty cool. So it's a little bit more damage, but she also has these extra effects. She only gets one of them. Either green bullet 30 stars, blue bullet 20% charge for the team, or red bullet 20% attack for the team. So it's kind of funny because these do kind of sync up with the chain bonuses, except
Yeah.
it really just goes to show which ones are shit and which ones aren't, because this is just the arts bonus. There is no change to that. This
Yeah.
is the quick bonus, except at the time it was 3 times that, and then
Yep.
this is the Buster bonus. It's not even the same thing as the Buster bonus. They just acknowledged that the Buster chain bonus is shit. Is it? For those who don't know, the Buster chain bonus, you get 25% of the attack of the attacker added to it. It's a flat
Yeah.
attack boost. So, yeah, the best thing
That,
about
that
a Buster
that's
chain
when
is the
people can
fact that
hit
everything is
through.
a Buster card.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, like, 20% attack, that's so much better.
Yeah, it boosts the extra attack. I guess I don't know. That's like the only.
I mean, you might get her NP again in a couple turns, or honestly, I'd use her like uh half support,
Yeah.
half damage, sort of a, as they call them, what is it? Dual core? Is it what?
Multi-core,
It's not multi-core.
dual-core. I
Secondary.
don't know. Support. I don't
I
know.
was
Whatever.
talking to
I
I
mean,
was talking to someone in Mist server about
semi-support.
Summer Wound. They had a certain,
Uh,
they called it a certain thing.
semi-support.
Uh
Hybrid support.
it's not
No.
a hybrid.
I don't know. Dude, I'm out of idea.
Uh
Sub? Oh, sub
yeah,
DPS.
sub DPS, that's it. Sub
Oh
DPS.
yeah, somebody said in chat.
As a
That's it.
as opposed to a Dom DPS, I guess.
Yeah.
Uh
Yeah.
so yeah,
Uh,
I I, I feel like she's kind of straightforward. She's oh yeah. I kind of hate that I said that for this character of all of the characters to talk about. Um, anyways, so I feel like she's pretty straightforward. You're either using her for some decent support, like when I was newer on my alt, I used her as a loop support for my Chengong during the Halloween event, because
yeah.
she has like a little arts buff, she has a little NP gain buff, she has some overcharge, and
Overcharge as
yeah,
well.
there's
Yeah.
a lot of servants that really appreciate that type of thing. Um,
Yeah.
so
Like
yeah,
at base, it's good numbers already, and like 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 the MP gain, battery, the triple buff, MP damage up, over all of this bunched up together is certainly above average for 4-star support, even I'd say. And for like if you're running multi-core, there are some sort of like Tonalico is definitely a special case because she's not just appreciates overcharge, she needs it, she needs someone with overcharge, right?
yeah,
So, or cooldown reduction, so she obviously pairs very well with her, but with with other supports, servants, she can also perform relatively well as like maybe a mid wave clearer.
yeah,
I definitely would say if her MP effect is guaranteed the arts one, she'd be used a lot more. Or even the Buster one, depend. But like I say, like if she's able to charge the entire team with 20 MP every time she MPs, like for farming even, that'd be really useful as well. But the RNG kind of holds her back in that regard, maybe. And a lot of her skills being single target means that if you want her to deal damage instead of other people, you kind of have to make a choice, right? So you kind of make, oh, whether I throw my buffs on her or I throw my buffs on someone else. So that's usually not that productive for multi-core farming because you want all of them. Like some of the best like multi-core supports, I'd say. Yeah, I know that word's kind of like a buzzword people like to throw around a little bit too much, but like in order for characters to do well in multiple DPS compositions, they want to buff the entire team. They want AoE buffs, and she doesn't.
Yep.
She has one, right? The MP damage up is AoE.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's also kind of funny. It's worth noting that we've gotten a lot of Moon Cancer nodes for 90++. I know people don't use her to one-shot it, but she can be used to chunk off a bit of that.
Yeah, I've certainly used her in the Valentine's one. I think that it's very funny because I think for the Valentine's one of the best comps was with her and EO, which are both free.
Yeah.
You can do it with the like 2 damage dealers with her and EO, and then both of them MP on the last turn. So like it's very fun. I don't know if they're gonna do more. I feel like yeah, the EO event was to sell the welfare, and then the other 2 events are to sell the SSR. So
Sell the
I guess
welfare.
you pray for.
It's a
Yeah,
funny
I guess
phrase.
you try to. Yeah, well, they're trying to sell the welfare. I don't know why. Like that event. BB is BB even man?
Yeah, BB is man. I think that was
Okay,
more so for Riku because Riku has anti-man, but
well,
it's
ended
kinda,
up being.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to use her for that.
Yeah, ended up. I mean, it's 1.5 versus 2, right? And it's like EO with double Castoria, refund, and it's she ramps the MP damage of stacks with Oberon. So it ended up being everybody was able to loop that 90++ because of EO, which is a nice thing. I remember when that event came out, I was like, oh, so if every time they're gonna do a 90++, they're gonna do it, they're gonna design it around the welfare. That's awesome. Never did that ever again. Literally never did that ever again. That's so funny.
They like those 2-wave Moon Cancer nodes.
Yeah. True. Yeah, they're all 2-wave. Yeah, you mentioned that last. They're very good for bond farming as well. If you want to like go hard on the material, it's also really fast for bond. Yeah. Anyways, as a welfare, I think she's definitely up there.
That's my knuckle cracking if you heard something.
Oop.
Might have been audible. Oh, sorry.
I'm pretty sure she outdamages like. She outdamages stuff like other. Like without hitting trade, I'm pretty sure she outdamages a lot of other. Actually, no. She just out there aren't a lot of ST rulers. Never mind. There's just 3. There's 3, and she does outdamage Martha.
Yeah,
but it doesn't.
It's
really
kind of hard to quantify that with Rat's sheet because that implies that you're using her buffs on herself, and that includes the overcharge buff.
True. Oh.
Yeah, but that's only like 5% more MP damage, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Like once again, I think the problem is you have to like decide who to throw the buffs on.
Yeah.
So and for single targets, like usually they are more. They require you to do more damage with them because they're clearing like a single target wave. So you kind of want her to do damage as well. Like I obviously I can imagine stuff like, for example, the recent hunting quest. There's a lot of like first wave 1 enemy. Like maybe you can do that with Da Vinci and then buff your other damage dealers for the following waves. But a lot of times, even if the single target is the second wave, they have a lot of HP. So it's not that easy for Da Vinci to kill if you don't put all of her buffs on her. So yeah, I mean, definitely not. I wouldn't say she's like a top tier support welfare. Like top tier support welfares are like people like Martha, who has a very clear niche that not even 5 stars can top, or Nightingale, someone I'd say like they're definitely like S tier welfare supports that not even SSRs can outdo their job. But she's not that, but she's a good generalist option. Like definitely benefits budget players or players that doesn't have all the options that whale players have. Really good unit.
Yeah, I'd give her like an 8 out of 10. I don't fair. Yeah, I feel like I wouldn't use her as a DPS. Like that might just be me.
Cancer,
yeah, if it's a moon
unless
cancer,
it's a moon cancer,
So
There's almost no reason to
yeah,
use her.
it's kind of the BB situation, because like you never use BB as a DPS, even though unless it's an Avenger.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like when you do use her as a DPS, you're almost using her as a support that does a little bit of damage, right? You're using
Yeah,
her as an art support to charge your entire team, and she on top of that she does do damage, like on top of that as a bonus. So
I can
I think
imagine.
Da Vinci.
Sorry.
No, you go first.
Mine was a tangent, anyways. Just go ahead.
I mean, I don't think Da Vinci is that either, because like BB does help the team sort of start its engine very quickly because she charged the entire team and stuff, and she has like her first skill's really good for challenge quests, like even to this day.
Yeah.
But Da Vinci's kind of different. I think Da Vinci's very interesting as a farming support. There's definitely places where she can go, and especially if you're able to let her do some damage. Like it's really hard to get her MP up as well because she doesn't, like, her battery is once again single target. So it's really just Tonalico. Like I like honestly, like I've said a lot about multi-core with her, but now that I think about it, I honestly think it's only Tonalico, because Tonalico has AoE 50 and it's like usually overkill anyway. So with AoE 50 and the MP damage buff on her skill 3 as well, she's able to dish out a decent amount of damage. But I feel like in other cases it's kind of awkward because of most of the stuff you're gonna so yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
She's
Okay.
free. She's free. Just grab her
Yeah.
if you can.
Yeah,
You
there's
know, but-
ultimately there's not much of a reason to rank a welfare because you're gonna get them anyways. So
Yeah, don't be lazy.
yeah, don't be crazy either. Okay.
I do
so,
like Nocnaria more than her though as a support, which is weird.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Nocnaria is pretty interesting because you gotta work around debuffs. You gotta think more with that one.
Yeah.
She also has like team-wide stuff, which Da Vinci
Yeah.
doesn't have much of. But yeah, that's her. I said an 8 out of 10.
Yeah, I agree. I think
Okay.
8 out of 10 is like fair. She's like
Okay.
high-end welfare.
Yeah.
High-end support welfare. Can't be DPS.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fair. Okay. So that concludes the servant portion. I
What?
don't know. I mean, that's like the last one, right? Isn't that
Yeah.
the last? Yeah.
You say that as there's a different portion. Are we gonna talk about Ocean Flyer or something?
Oh, I mean, I was saying that because like last week we finished talking about the servants and then we chatted about random shit for like 30 minutes.
Oh, true. I mean, I guess we can talk about Ocean Flyer as random shit.
I don't feel like there's much to say about that, but yeah, that is a really good craft.
Okay.
Essence.
Well, yeah, you're right. Never mind.
Well,
okay, it's good.
Well,
Get it. There you go.
wait. Okay,
Yeah.
so I think it's good. Do you think more of it?
Actually, no. It's good.
Oh, okay. Well, I was opening that up for like a tangent.
No, I don't-
guess.
I like it better than cranking, because
Yeah.
I don't know why.
I mean, cranking benefits. NP damage buffs don't benefit Buster as much as Arts ones, and I know that sounds kind of paradoxical because you got Oberon, but
Yeah.
if you're not using Oberon, well, Buster servants usually don't NP as often as Arts ones. So
Worth using pulls to farm Ocean. I thought you get it to MLB guaranteed. No. I don't
I mean,
remember.
they might be asking me about getting a second one.
Nah, you never need a second one. I'd say you
Yeah.
never need a second.
Yeah, I wouldn't advise that.
Not worth it. I mean, okay, this event, there are reasons to Apple this event, but it's not for Ocean Flyer. It's just for the lotto, because this event is basically a lotto.
Yeah, if you get another Ocean Flyer, then I guess that's a bonus, but it'd be better than what my alt did, because my alt did this event, and it only got 4 Ocean Flyers, so...
Wait,
I'm
do you
lucked out
have
of
to get the drop? I don't remember.
I don't think it finished the event completely, because I think Da Vinci's only into 2.
Okay. Well, I have on my main. I think I have 4 MLB because I farmed on that event for the materials, but I never used to. I have 4, and I never use more than one. Is what I'm trying to say, babe.
Yeah.
You don't particularly need 2 ocean flyers. Like you almost know. Like ocean flyer is when you're looping and you don't have enough refund, which happens if you're looping like weird numbers, or it's just for generic challenge quests where you use a singular damage dealer.
Yeah.
And you just want a generically good effect, then usually that one of that would be enough. So
Yeah, honestly, if
I
I'm running more than one arts DPS in a challenge quest, I think I'd give something else to one of them. Because,
yeah
like, I'm probably gonna alternate NPs, and that means one of them is going to have a little bit of time to get their NP first.
yeah.
So,
So you can
so
give it the no starting charge thing.
yeah. Also, um, also when that happens, it's usually you'll have one DPS that's stronger than the other one in general. So, you're usually picking their cards, and I could imagine something like, you know, the shoot and craft essence, the one that's 20% NP gain, 10% NP damage. I think
Yeah.
that would be more suitable on the other one because they won't be getting as many cards, so they get a little bit more out of being hit, and the cards that you do take are a little bit, better.
The thing is, this is what I like about this game, honestly. Like the thing is, there's so many good free 50 MP RC that
Oh
are
yeah,
free.
yeah, they're a
But
dime a
are
dozen.
just they're free.
It's
Yeah, there's so many of them. Like every event, like they've started giving us ones that give anti-trade as well. I love those. Like
yeah,
the anti-demonic one with Okuni, the anti-man one during Valentine's. Like they've been starting to give out those, and like the classic one with Fondant, it's anti-divine. So th- like there's no lack of these types of seeds. So
yeah,
no matter how good they are, it's not like they're necessary to have multiple copies because you probably have another one for something else anyways. And like the reason why you see people having multiple copies of Ocean Flyer and Cranking, which are both like the 50 star seeds that people use the most, I'd say, in recent times. But that's because both these events have infinite farming. Both of these events are pseudo lottos. That's why people just happen to have a lot of them. I
yeah.
don't think any of them particularly went
Except my
for
ult.
multiple MLB copies for the game. Oh well, yeah, you know
Yeah.
yeah. If you don't go hard on the event, I don't think you need to go hard on the event for the CEs.
Okay. I don't know, man. My brain goes all over the place sometimes. I was just thinking like, oh shit, did my alts even complete this most recent summer event? Like, man,
Didn't you do it
gotta
on
stay
stream or
focused.
something?
I actually didn't do that on stream. I
Oh,
I actually haven't I've just not been streaming as much as of late. I'm glad that
you're busy.
Yeah, I'm glad that we have this going on though, because that does mean that we got some regular content being put out. Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh,
and also tomorrow's Labor Day, so I'm not going to work.
yeah. 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 Also, I've been mentally gearing up for some changes. I haven't really been doing much physically. I still have like a. I haven't really done much packing. Uh,
Ah, I
but
mean,
like I packed up a bunch of extra clothes and some papers and stuff that I had. And because like the arrangement that we have, basically my brother is moving at the same time, so he rented out he rented a truck to move stuff, and he also paid some movers, so they just took like 5 boxes of my stuff, and I'm moving next door to them, so
I
yeah,
see.
yeah, yep. Just haven't moved in a while, so wish me luck on that.
Good
It's
luck, man.
yeah, it's I don't think it's gonna be too bad, but yeah. I'm not sure how the streaming arrangements are gonna go though. I can't just stream whenever.
I mean,
If
it's not like
yeah,
next week. What can we even get next week? There's nothing. All right,
yeah,
next week, NA gets Summer Comma, which we already talked about.
Yeah.
And next week is when JP's Hunting Quest ends. But
It's
I,
what I'm
I
thinking. I don't know. It might. I think it's possible that we might get an announcement for something on
for
Wednesday.
Gouda,
Yeah,
I think it's gonna be
and
Gouda.
assuming they aren't like stretching out schedule for no fucking reason, as usual, then we might go straight from hunting quests into an event. And if we start the event on Sunday, that's perfect timing. Like, holy shit, that is perfect timing.
True. I mean, when is Kyomaf, whatever that's called? Do you know that
Kilmeth?
event?
Uh,
Kyomaf. Yeah, they do it every year. Because I feel like it's approaching, right?
yeah, that's September 16th. So
Yeah.
2 weeks from
So
now.
like that. Oh,
Yeah,
2 weeks.
yeah.
I mean, they could synchronize Gouda with that.
They usually do like a download campaign with that though. I don't think they do events based around that.
Yeah, they usually rerun Raita servants or other Japanese
Yeah,
servants.
yeah.
Oh, but this year's I didn't know that this year's ambassador is Takahashi Rei. Is Mash, so maybe
Mesh.
nothing's gonna happen.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
true.
dude. We're gonna get a mash rate up finally after all of these years.
I don't think it's gonna be a dead month. Uh, if it was gonna be a dead month, they would not drop Hunting Quest today, this week.
Yeah, the,
They would drag for another week and drop it next Wednesday.
yeah,
If it's a dead month, basically.
yeah. Because
Like
2 consecutive dead weeks feels a lot worse than one dead week, then something to do, than another dead week.
yeah, I think like personally, I know Hunting Quest is very much a hit or miss for people, but I have thoroughly missed Hunting Quest because I'm so low on roots. I need a lot of these like gold materials. I really hope
Oh yes,
they give us more. They give us more like gold materials in these Hunting Quests. I am so
yeah.
low on all of these.
I'm gonna be real. If they did a grease node, I would drop like 20 gapples on that.
Bruh.
Maybe not 20 gapples, but at least 10. Like I
Yeah.
need grease so bad.
I mean, I need embers as well, so this does help. I do hope they stop dropping 4-star embers, though. I hope they just drop 5-star, but I guess I guess
Dude,
they can't make it just better than daily ember. Why not though? I don't know.
yeah, I'm tired of this
They drop
inventory
everything.
management.
Yeah, I mean, I've been feeding it to Bob. I got 2 more grails from monthly, so it's not like I have a lack of a sink for exp right now. But
Man, it must suck to be trying to 120 another extra class because there isn't any type other than
they
all
should
XP
just,
that. Yeah, yeah.
like,
They should make it so they automatically get like 10% more XP if they're an extra class.
they should just okay, maybe this is too drastic. I'm in the opinion where they should just remove classes in daily ember nodes and it should just all be all class. Like, why not? Like, who cares?
Hmm.
I know that's like, and make it all like neutral class or something, or make it all berserkers. Like, just I know it's a bit like, but who cares? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
at this point, who cares? Right? Like, it's the same with like Lotto. Them not making Lotto's 5-star embers. Like, yeah, oh my god, that's a lot of embers. That's a huge that makes people not have to farm that much, but you're increasing the requirements for these exps so much.
yeah, I mean, people are already breaking out packs just to refill for lottos, so like, it's not
Yeah.
like
Like
a
me.
yeah. I mean, people are gonna run out of grails. Okay, like they're gonna
Yeah.
stop farming the XP when they run out of grails, not when
Yeah.
they not
Yeah.
when they run out of SQ.
Yeah. And it's not like you make a lot of money off of people refilling. Let's be real. Like, let's say someone like refills with 168 rainbow apples. That's one full pack. That's a lot. most people don't even do 10 rainbow apples or something. I don't know.
I don't.
I mean, okay, never mind. Doing lotto probably more.
I could imagine that those degenerates that the people that degen to Bond 15 within a week, I could imagine they get a little bit of money out of them though.
That's so okay. So
It's so cringe.
I got
Dude.
no. I mean, okay. So I got Bob to Bond 10 during the summer.
Oh,
Right, so
that's more understandable though. You weren't really going for a Bond 10. I'm talking about like the people. Like there was a guy that Bond 15 Chloe last week. Like,
Bruh.
like
I mean,
ugh.
okay. I no comment on that, but like what I'm trying to put is like I didn't spend that much quartz on it. It's less than a multi. So my entire like struggle throughout the entire like event to get a character to like Bond 10. Well, it's not the point. I was farming for materials to 10 and 10 all the summer fairies. But like to get that much Bond and struggle through an entire week, that's less than if I was impulsive and I pressed the multi button once. So I think it's fine to make people farm more out of their AP. Like, come on.
Yeah.
It's... Anyways, that's
dude.
definitely a rant.
Oh, dude, that would be great if we could burn more than 20 whenever we're enhancing.
Yeah.
Just...
And also friend points. Friend points should be 100 pull. I don't understand why it's 10 pull. Yeah, it's a multi. It's cute. It's like a summoning. Just make it a lotto.
Yeah, and
like who cares?
do a multi with tickets as well. I don't know why that's not a feature either.
I mean, yeah. I personally I don't hoard tickets, so I don't feel it that much. I think it's fun to pull singles, but I know like people like X Naya, people like Pocket Chalk, they have like 200 plus tickets and they just never touch it. It is a cool thing to show people as well. That's also probably one of the reasons why they don't touch it. But another reason is like, bruh, I don't want to go through 200 singles.
Yeah, look at me. I'm spending money on SQ instead of using free stuff.
Pulling my tickets. Yeah, I mean,
if anything,
that's
it's a flex.
Yeah, it's a cool flex to like, oh my god, I don't have to use like a emergency ticket. If someday I can't whale, but I still want this unit, you know, I can pull 600 quartz worth of no, it's not six. Yeah, it is 600 quartz worth of multis, which is...
Imagine saving up enough tickets that you can hit pity. That's like 300 tickets, isn't it?
They're close. Both of them are close, I think. I think both of them are 200 plus tickets. Both of them are close to a pity pity ticket. Take pity.
It's a funny thing though, because they're probably not gonna hit pity, so like why even save that much? Like, yeah. I mean, they're gonna spend money to get there anyway, so
yeah. I don't know. If it's tangent time, and then we're talking about whaling, can we also talk about how servant coins is the worst thing they ever add to the game?
Yeah, dude, that so many people went on and on about how this last anniversary was the worst anniversary to date. Dude.
Nah. Fifth Annie is the worst.
Was it 5th? Sixth was the one with
it was with
coins.
Koyan. It was with Koyan Skaya. Right?
Fifth was Castoria, because that was the same time that
Summer never mind. That was 6th Annie.
Yeah, Summer 5 was.
That was 6th Annie.
Yeah, so 6th.
Then
yeah,
that was 6th Annie.
Because they made it. They made a reason for you to roll more than NP5, because you used to be able to max out a servant at NP5.
6th Annie also gave not a lot of stuff. Like, NA just been through 6th Annie. Did it give you anything? Like, think about it. Deep down, did it give you anything other than, I don't know, they went into maintenance for like 20 hours or some shit? I don't remember. I was in the airport when that happened. Like 300. I thought it was dependent on
to be fair,
servant.
To be fair, most of the stuff that JP got for 6th anniversary, NA didn't get then because they already had it. Like they had the we had the 120 system and the pens a long while before that.
I can't believe NA rolled back that. Do you know about that?
Oh, dude, I'm so glad they did it though, because like low star coins are just so plentiful. Like, oh my god.
No,
I
I mean
just
they rolled back in courts. No, did you know what happened?
wait. What do you mean?
There was a small bug where Mist made a video about where they could repeatedly claim the 10
Oh yeah.
interlude courts, and they rolled it back. Yeah, they rolled
Oh
it
man.
back, baby. It's like 20 more for whales. I mean, I guess punish the whales. Who cares? I didn't clear any of them on NA because I'm slacking on NA, so I didn't care. But
Yeah.
yeah, dude, it's
Yeah.
hilarious.
For, you remember? I guess it's been a year now. You remember that one banner with Dantes and Fujino?
Yeah.
Um, they had a bug happen where the rates were abnormally low, and
For
everyone that
Fujina?
rolled on there, they got to keep what they got, and they also got the SQ refunded. So they got all of the SQ back that they spent.
Damn.
Like,
Like, yeah, it will make people go, damn, I should have rolled. But honestly, that is the only logical solution, in my opinion.
I
I think
mean,
if they did anything less than that, it would be a scam. It would literally be a scam.
yeah,
Which,
it's not like it's run by Netmarble or anything.
yeah, if they did anything less than roll back all the same chords, like, yeah, they could roll back and take away the stuff in your inventory, but you know, that is basically impossible. Like, what if you fed the units? What if you burnt it? Like, there's, I don't think there's like a good way to keep track of that. So I think that was a good choice. Like, for as much as, you know, people like to talk about how, oh, Lysengo's greedy, or like, when they fuck up, they, you know, they do what they have to.
Yeah, yeah, they just gave people SQ back.
Yeah.
Man, dude. I feel sorry for the people that wailed really hard because they couldn't get the thing that they wanted, and they ended up just wasting a ton of money. And they're like, okay, they got SQ now, but they don't really want other things that badly. So, like, I got
Yeah.
what I
I
wanted
mean,
already.
like, okay, the happiest guy would be the whale who went in regardless. Like, you know, like FGO rates, like,
Yeah.
sometimes if you look at some rolls I did, for example, the 1.2k St. Chords, one Crimhild, right? Like,
Ugh.
that definitely seemed like a bug to me, you know, but it isn't. So, like, whales would just go in anyways. So the guy literally, like, for example, if someday somebody told me, oh man, the Crimhild rate was actually glitched, you get 1200 St. Chords back. Yeah, I'd be pretty happy about that, you know, like,
Oh, dude.
so yeah, so like
Dude,
whales who go in
split rate ups
regardless.
have been bugged for a long time, dude.
Split rate up is garbage. I like, let's be real. Like, this
Pity
is
sucks
the
because of it.
next thing they should fix. Then the next thing they should fix is, because servant coins is too far gone, right? Like yeah, it sucks, but you know, you can always do a coin fix. The thing that desperately needs a fix is split rate ups.
Yeah.
I was so convinced that this year they were gonna do 3 SSRs as well, just
Yeah.
because they don't want to do split rate up.
I
They
wish they
didn't.
did, dude.
Yeah,
Yeah. That
like,
would have made Suzuka so much. Like, I spent like over 1100 SQ on that banner.
that sucks, bro.
Yeah.
Like, they definitely should have made Bavanshi the 5-star, and then they should have made her first skill 6 cooldown, and then they should have made her MP reduce team cooldown. And
Oh, dude, what that means, they could have put Chloe and Melusine on the same banner, and that would have worked so well. Because you got the
Yeah.
Lolicon banner.
yeah, and I would have to only roll 1 copy on that, and then I would have to, and then I could just roll. I could roll 5 Bobs and buy 1 because I have 10 USOs, and now I have 15. Thanks a lot, Melusine. Jesus. I mean, okay, she is really. I've been farming with her nonstop though. that, to be fair, kind of.
Yeah. And it's
Actually, no. It's literally only because I wanted the Bonsi. If I didn't want the Bonsi, I would just use Ibuki. It's the same. Whatever, dude. Whatever.
wait, what's her Bonsi?
I just wanted to like make a video to flex. Oh my god, you guys, like a Bonten. I'm like Irmong.
Oh. Well,
I also need the roots. But
yeah.
no.
Thank you for the follow, whoever just followed, because I can't see. We gotten a decent amount of follows. Like every time I accidentally go to a certain scene, it'll show me the notification because I don't have the I don't have the source for the alerts open on the scenes I'm using. So if I switch over to one that has it, it just starts barraging me with notifications. I'm blind.
Content creation rat race. Dude, the rat race doesn't even yield me views, bro. Like my Bob Bonsi demo is one of the least viewed videos like recently. Nobody cared.
You know what's so funny though?
What?
You know what video did perform well though? The one that
What?
was almost a week and a half late. It's like almost 2 weeks late.
Which one?
The Melly one. That one's at over 20k views, isn't it?
No, that's not a Bonsi. That's a hot take.
Oh.
I mean Bonsi.
Oh,
I don't have a Bonsi yet.
Okay, well I was just talking about in general.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, yeah, like people, it's a review, and one of them is just flexing the Bonsi. So,
Yeah.
like, there's really no point. Like, I don't know. It's content creation. It's no longer a rat race. Like sometimes a rat race. Like, it's interesting when there's a new story chapter. It's obviously a rat race because everybody likes to see new shit. If it's a new servant, everybody likes to see new stuff. But other than that, like hunting quests, nobody really cares. Because, like, honestly, it's not that interesting. Hunting quest 3 turn comps, it's not that interesting. Especially if you include, like, if you include the Black Grail, then, like, anyone can do it. If you don't include Black Grail, then it's, like, very whale-centric, so nobody cares either. So, I don't know. It's, FGO content creation is something. It's, future is not looking to... I don't want to Doom post. I hate Doom posting FGO the game, but I love Doom post FGO YouTube for some reason, which is
Yeah, it's it's fun shitting on people that we think are inferior to us.
I mean, I don't even shit on them. I'm just saying, like, I don't even know what to do other than
whatever you said.
I just feel like whatever. It's just, I don't know. It's so weird because, like, FGO people really like to watch FGO gameplay breakdown. They don't like to watch FGO gameplay, but they like to watch FGO gameplay breakdowns. Like, oh, if the servant's good, if the servant's bad, if we're comparing two servants, oh, they love that. They eat that right up. But then the conclusion's always just whoever you like, you 120. It's gonna probably work better than the other one. It's like very similar. It's like people loving to like when people compare AoE Arts Looper. It's like a dick measuring contest. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Like it matters, but it doesn't matter nearly as much as people care about it, which is very funny. I think FGO is a game where people love to talk about their gameplay, but at the same time, people really don't care about its gameplay. That's so funny because, like, if you listen to the community, the two terms that they love to throw around is one. The first one's not a term, but like they really love to watch gameplay comparison, like discussions and stuff. But at the same time, the one term they love to say is like, FGO's gameplay sucks. So, like, which one is it? Choose one.
Yeah.
Like, which one do you want? Like, do you just want to, like, comfort yourself that, oh man, I dropped $1,000 on this character, but you know what? This random guy on YouTube told me he's S tier, So you know what? That's money well
Hey,
spent,
that's
baby.
not
Like, come on.
realistic. That's not realistic. You said he's S tier. All of the S tier ones are she these days.
True, true. Except for Ober. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, you know what I mean. Like
Oh yeah.
I feel
Yeah.
like I don't want to get to, because this is not a roast, because I also make review videos. So clearly this is also from my own hot take video. And I don't want to roast my viewers. So this is not a roast to my viewers, right? But I really feel like a big part of FGO review videos are like they function as like a reassurance rather than a guide. You know what I mean? Like a lot of
Yeah.
people go there and then they watch the guy talk about their units, and if the guy speaks ill of their units, they get really angry
Yeah, it's
at
validation.
them. Yeah, they get really angry at them because they're like, damn, are you telling me I just wasted like
Yeah.
$200 on a character that's not
Yeah,
even S tier?
it's the same thing as with tier lists. That's why tier list videos always do so well. People either want to find out that people agree with them or that people disagree with them.
Yeah, it's less about like, oh, I want to decide between who to get, and then I watch the video, and then after watching the video I decide who to get. It's more so like, oh, I already got this character, but like, is this character good? And if they're not, I'm gonna try to defend them. I'm gonna try to defend this character.
Yeah.
So it's kind of why I also find, like, I remember one of my criticisms to a lot of content creators was like, what's the point of praising every character if like there's no point in praising every character, right? Because like then there's no like skill of comparison. But there's actually a point of praising all characters if you look at it in the way where it's just reassurance to make people feel good. So you
Yeah.
might as well just make a video to make people feel good, right? But anyways, it's
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
funny.
That's
It's fun. It's a fun time. Like I'm not criticizing these kinds of. It's a fun time, right? Like I enjoy talking about servants and how to use them, and then people enjoy getting reassured that, oh, the servant I pulled is not as bad as people say it is, right? And then
Yeah.
it's happy, right? Like so I think that's fine. Like I usually get more flack on videos where I crap on servants, so obviously because of that as well. But
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the things that kind of that's why I end up spending such absurdly long amounts of time doing each review video, because I'd love to make them more often, but it's hard to motivate myself, you know? It's hard to motivate myself to do like 40 plus hours of work to produce one video if a lot of people
like
a lot of people just don't
honestly,
end up watching them, so
yeah, like most people watch the title and then
yes, that's a huge problem in the FGO.
and then they make
So,
a very angry comment. Like I still get a lot of angry comments on my Tone and Liko video because my title was, now granted that was part of the intention. I always make my hot take videos titles a little bit spicy because it's hot takes, right? So I titled the video Tone and Liko needs a miracle. But needs a miracle to do what? Needs a miracle. So my conclusion in the video is Tone and Liko needs a miracle to be to become literally the most disgusting multi-core farmer in the game. So it's not like she needs a miracle because she's a horrendous character, but
yeah.
she needs a miracle to reach peak. So like, yeah, the intention was clickbait, obviously. Like also somebody complained. I remember when I first started making hot takes, everybody's like, bro, you got the coldest take ever. You're like you're like FGO hot takes. Nito Chris Avenger is not actually that good. What kind of hot take is that? That's like the coldest, bro. I'm freezing out here, bro. And I'm like, you know what? You're right. You're right. I think that's false advertisement. So I got to title it a little bit better. Like Like what? Yeah, like you can't give like one of the most mediocre takes and then call it hot takes. Right, so I've been trying to spice up my takes on at least I make the title, but I also try to reflect it in the content. I don't know if people can tell, but
Man, I really need. Yeah, just thinking of that, I really need to focus a bit more on the how bad are they series. I love the concept because it's the hot take concept. It's just revisiting things that people yeah, because a lot of people like they formulate their own thoughts about uh I say formulate their own thoughts even though like a lot of the time it's just copying it of certain servants that everyone likes to shit on.
yeah,
And a lot of the time, like over time, things change and uh, their viability changes, be it
yeah,
because the game works in a different way or content has advanced in a different direction, and because of it, like a lot of people just don't realize how things have changed over
yeah.
time
It
and how it
like
affects
okay.
those old servants that they don't like or they
This
think people
is
don't
the
like.
unfortunate fact, right? The unfortunate fact of English, like FGO, is just a character suddenly becomes very good because of a drastic shift in the meta, and then
Yeah.
nobody acknowledges it until Xnaya makes a video on it, and suddenly it's the best character ever. So you know what? Like,
Yeah.
like, like, that's just what happens, right? That's
Yeah.
just you need someone that's big to like showcase it, which
Yeah.
I
I'm not big
I
enough. That's the problem. I'm not big
yeah.
enough.
That's actually the problem. That's actually if today X Naya came out and he said Huang Fei Hu is actually insane, holy shit, and he shows a video of him dealing to like 100,000 crit damage, which is not even that high at this day. 100,000 crit damage on a Chimera, and then suddenly Huang Fei Hu would be the best perma rider in the game, right? So that's just what happened.
Yeah.
That's what happened, right?
You know how we went a really long time, and I mean like most people have at this point, a really long time shitting on Summer Tomoe,
Yeah.
and then like right before she got released on NA, he was like, "Oh well, if if you really want to, you can make her work." It's just like, dude, shut up! Like, you are part of the
Redeemed.
reason. You're part of the reason
Redeemed.
why everyone hates her.
Suddenly redeemed. All right, suddenly redeemed. Like just instantly. Oh, if you want her to work, she can work.
Yeah.
Viable.
How kind of you to acknowledge that she isn't the absolute garbage that people act like. If
Instantly
only
viable.
everyone did.
Now we just need him to do it to Constantine.
Oh, dude. Oh, dude. It is 100% X-Naya's fault that people think Constantine is terrible. Like,
Dude,
man
look, I
made like a
tried, man.
whole man made like a whole week of videos shitting on him.
I tried, man. These y'all see my solo Gatia Constantine. He takes 0 damage. It's so pog. It's not. I think one of the turns I save scum for like 20 minutes. So
Bruh.
he would do 3 quick attacks.
Dude, that's that is like one of the servants I need to do a how bad are they on like the most. It's just like a lot of people just fundamentally just don't understand how he's
Yeah.
supposed to work. Because
Constantine is fun.
yeah, it's just people try to write servants off as either support or they DPS, and they don't value any grayness of that line, and that's
I
part
mean,
of yeah, and like it is true that that card damage is never going to be as reliable as NP damage, but that being said, like it's like
that
you
being
take
said, one of his favorite servants is Super Orion.
yeah,
I
dude,
mean,
yeah. Uh, yeah, dude,
it's not his fault. Like okay, like here's the thing, right? it's very easy to. It's not necessarily even his fault. Like, I don't know if his
Yeah,
takes on the servant, like
yeah,
his takes on a servant is another thing completely. But I also fall into this trap because for a content creator to make gameplay content, it's either farming, 3-turn farming, or CQ min turns, or CQ solos, right? So like
yeah,
these three are the easiest way, because it's the easiest way to like categorize like what this content is. Because if you just say, oh, it's a clear, then most people wouldn't care unless it's like a low start. So like you have to make it more than just normal gameplay to put it in a title. And when things are not just normal gameplay, there are definitely certain servants that are gonna excel over others. When servants that can't do neither very well are not gonna have a lot of spotlight, despite them actually functioning fine. Like, oh, the servant can't min turn, he can't 3-turn farm, he can't solo. What's his worth? Well, sometimes there's worth to these characters.
it did.
It's not easy to make it exciting, right?
Yeah,
So it's
dude. Summer Tomoe is a pretty good example of that. Like, even though she's not like amazing at looping, her
yeah,
crits are really fun. She has a really good kit for crits. Like her kit is better geared towards crits than Muramasa is, and people
yeah,
really love to throw out the comparison between the two. And I feel like she's a bit more flexible just because she has a defensive option. He doesn't have a defensive option at all. Um,
yeah.
uh, would be
It,
curious
it,
as to what servants would be on a fun tier list. You know, there was a while back, it's been like 9 months, but I started to do a fun tier list. Uh, I got like halfway through it. It took like 4 hours to get halfway through it, and then I
it's
never
hard.
picked it back
It's
up.
a hard question. So like I have an exact like good like like a servant as an example to see. Like, it's hard to put character right. So is Summer Bavanshi a fun character?
Yeah, totally.
Like, I feel like most people would say it's fun, right? But like whenever I solo with her, I have zero strategy.
Yeah.
I literally don't. I do MPQA. That's it. That's her whole gameplay is I do MPQA and I win.
Yeah.
Congrats, you win. That's it. You do MPQA, you win, right? So like, but did I enjoy doing MPQA repeatedly against all of the bosses in the game? Yeah, I did. So like, like here, like I don't know. It's a hard.
Yeah. Yeah. Uh, it. I feel like some people just get a little too hung up on.
Meta.
They focus too much on making the game less annoying, more so than making it more fun. Because like
Yeah.
if you have all the pieces you need to just arts loop and be able to just nullify the challenge of any content, then like it's easy. The game's really easy, but I feel like it's kind of an RPG player thing, and maybe it's a mobile game player thing
They like
too.
to
But
min max, yeah.
yeah,
They
yeah,
really love
part
to
of the
min
fun
max.
is just seeing things go up. It's like the way I always put it is the appeal of an RPG is to see small number become big number.
Yeah. Well,
Because
I mean that is pretty accurate. Yeah.
it's just like some people get so focused on that and they forget, like, am I actually having fun with this game? What do I find fun in this game?
I mean, yeah. So here's the thing, right? I think people who gain fun out of min maxing is fine. The one group of people I don't get is people who very much hyper focus on min maxing, but also says FGOs has no game, right? So like
Yeah,
I just feel like, like for people who are actually passionate about min maxing, to them min maxing is the gameplay, which is fine because like you're
yeah,
playing the game the way you want. Like it might look a bit crazy, those like there's like Japanese leaderboards for lotto box.
yeah,
They have a competition every time.
yeah,
So like this guy got 4,000 boxes, that guy got 5,000 boxes, and the reason why the guy only the reason why the guy with 5,000 boxes won is because he grailed Bunyan, so he gets to MP more often than the other guy. So
Yeah.
if you get fun out of it, why not? It's just like speedrun. What's wrong with speedrunning, right? Like, people say, oh, speedrun's like sweaty try hard, but like, some people like the competitive. It's like I think the only people I don't get is people who really focus on min-maxing, but they also think min-maxing is very shitty.
Yeah.
Just don't do it.
Yeah, that's I actually got into a pretty big discussion with someone in the NA channel on your server, because we've all heard this a lot before. FGO is 99% farming. I don't like that people say that, because only, like, for the average player, it is not 99% farming. Like, I'm going through my this new account. Holy shit, I'm not even halfway through part 1, and I've spent like 20 hours on it. Like, you know how long
that is farming.
Yeah, you know how long it takes to complete this summer event? It takes like maybe 5 hours of farming, if that.
Yeah, and
not even
like
5 hours, just a couple hours.
Yeah, and then like 2 hours of it would be you stuck on the giant Icer Nunos boss because it's fucking annoying.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then there's like really challenging quests that take more than 3 minutes, because like farming one stage takes 3 minutes. The reason why people think that farming is 99% of the game is because people min-max too hard, and then they end up farming like 500 boxes on a lotto.
The best way to put it is that people who farm 80 boxes on a lotto want to talk like they farm 400 boxes.
Yeah.
And that's just not most people.
Yeah.
That's just not most people.
Yeah. So, that was, I think we kind of got a little off of what I was trying to work into, but the reason why it annoys me that people say that the game is 99% farming isn't so much the fact that it's not that the game is mostly farming. It's not people asserting that annoys me. It's just the fact that people are at a point where they're willing to put up with 99% of the game being boring and not anything worth playing, and then they spend a bunch of money on it, and then, like, do they enjoy it enough? Like, is this game even worth playing if 99% of it is farming to them? Like,
well, I guess sunk cost fallacy. I don't know. It's fine. Like, however you want to enjoy the game, it's whatever.
Yeah,
but
I don't know. Maybe it's just like I don't like a lot of people just don't seem like they enjoy the game.
You can get a lot of fun out of it. You can get a lot of fun out of the game if you don't. If you it's just like people ask me what's the fun in min turns, right? I think this is like, because I don't always want we just echo chamber, right? So I'm bringing up something that we don't agree on, right? So like what's the fun in min turn, right? But the problem is not that people are into min turns. It's like, if you're into min turns and then you complain, I don't know how.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with min turns. I just find them, I find that a lot of them end up just really samey. But like then there's some really interesting ones. Like maybe I want to watch it done with a character that I like, someone whose gameplay looks fun, or someone who isn't good at that type of thing, but they're creative enough that it does end up interesting. And I understand why you make the min-turn content you do, because like you like using servants that you like to do things like that. That's why you always use Korean Dark.
Yeah, there's also a speed. I do use her. Okay. So here's the thing. There's a hidden. I don't know how hidden it is, but there's like a min-turn community that I'm in, and then basically you post things on Twitter, and then you have a set of hashtags,
Yeah.
to have the community manager. It's not just it's Atlas is bigger. It's like a part of them are in Atlas and not all of them, right? So like there's a leaderboard for every challenge quest. There's like a Google Doc link to a leaderboard for every challenge quest, and then they put the first clears there, the link of the first clear, like you try to race who gets the run first, and if you are using a more popular character like Cool Khan, you have to fight a bunch of people to get through. But if you're using a less popular character to do it, then it's probably less easy to do the run, but you don't have that many people to compete with. So I've been trying to get on that leaderboard every challenge quest,
Yeah, dude,
and it's
I
really
need to start turning with Toda. That way I'm always on
Toda?
the board.
I
Yeah.
have not seen a Toda anywhere. But
Yeah.
if
He's
somehow
not...
you're gonna use Summer Ibuki, oh, you gotta race against like 30
Oh yeah.
people.
Yeah.
Yes. How many Phantom? I have not seen a Phantom in recent CQ. Just for min turns, it's too hard. Koyan Dark is honestly pretty. Like as much as I like
She's
to crap on
pretty.
her MP damage, yeah, she is also pretty. But like the competition is actually pretty fierce. I usually get quote unquote sniped. My run usually gets sniped because some other guy usually does it before I did. For Koyan Dark, it's actually there's a lot of people who have like 120 Koyan Darks who are racing, who are racing these mid turns, and like and I can't even be mad at the guy because that guy has every Tamamo phase 120. So
Damn.
you know, more
Damn,
power
dude.
to him, I guess.
Dude,
He's the Tama guy.
dude, is Suzuka popular for min turns at all? Or like,
Suzuka.
not like popular, but like
No.
Summer Suzuka, that is.
Summer Suzuka. Well, there hasn't been that many challenge quests since she came out. I guess we'll see in the
Yeah.
future.
I feel like she'd probably be pretty good for it, because Quick is usually pretty good for min turns, and then
I don't
she
know.
also...
I don't know if she did demonic Bodhisattva yet. Like usually when the servant first comes out, we look at if they've done DB and Beast 3L, which is Beast Karma, which I don't think she can do. But
yeah,
let's see.
I think she has good damage potential because she has anti-earth and she has a bunch of modifiers.
Yeah.
And then she's also quick, and quick is good at damage, NP damage.
There's one thing I can work on though, even though I'm farming hunting quests, so I kind of don't want to waste AP on. I think there still has not been a Summer Bob min turn on Demonic Bodhisattva, which is something I can work on. But there is a problem because for most runs of Demonic Bodhisattva, you are like
it's hard to kill. It's hard to get killed.
You're like you're basically putting like buff removal res on your damage dealer, and you're betting on the other people dying from that initial big MP. But you actually tank it. Her supports tank it because of the attack down, and if you use the buff removal on her second skill to purge her Kiara's buffs, your team actually tanks it. So they don't die, and you can't cycle out supports, which is horrible. Because and she's also chaotic evil, so you usually use Dolman with her, and then Dolman is another attack now. So, yeah. Sir Nunos would be easier. Oh, I was so mad they didn't do Sir Nunos this anniversary. Sir Nunos is Sky and Demonic. That is the one time that Durga hits double trait, bro. It was her time to shine. I mean, Dagon is also Sky and Demonic, but nobody cares about Dagon.
Yeah, that's part of why I ended up not making that George video. Like it's such a funny idea, making a Ben 10 crossover
Ben
thing.
10 reference. Yeah, I mean,
like,
you should have still done it, honestly. But
I don't know, man. Like that ended up being like a 15-minute clip,
run.
so
it's fine. Like it's
yeah, probably
all left for clearing story content. I mean,
yeah. People forget how long it takes to do story for the most part. But once you're like once you have a super developed account, you can go through story really fast. And people just
Yeah.
forget how long it takes to get through the early
But I
game.
guess that's just different groups of people because there's so many people who didn't do this summer event.
Yeah.
They're saying the games they had no content, but they also didn't do the summer event. I don't understand the paradox. Yeah, it's all like I think it's fine to admit you just don't like the game, but I honestly I would hate that, but
Yo, I'm part of a
because
Discord server too.
I want most of my I want most of people to like this game, obviously. I'm content creator. I want people to like the game that make content of it. Also, I just want people to like this game in general because I think it's a good game.
So
I'm part of a Discord where people complain about Summer. But what's there to complain about Summer 8?
I didn't like the earlier game of Summer 8.
I mean, earlier
But
game. The
I mean,
farming?
like the earlier portions of it, but I think it was because I wasn't going through very efficiently. Because like when I was doing it on my alt, I bought the event CEs really fast, and it was a lot more manageable. But I
Yeah.
really liked the final quests, like the certain
Yeah.
quests were great. It's like the original boss fight, but fair.
Yeah. And they're free.
Yeah,
You can retry the revival ones at least. They're basically free. Like they're 0 AP. Because you can quit out, it doesn't eat your material, and you can just go back. It's 0 AP. It's the three Cernunuses and the triple Oberon
dude,
fight.
I loved the water one. The water one was a really good fight. I
Yeah.
I I ended up making Kyokute Bakken work there, and that was not easy, but it was fun making it work. Uh,
I didn't like the eyeball one.
oh yeah, the eyeball one was easily the worst one because
Because I tried to fight it with a pretender, but ended up making it work. But
yeah, of course. Of
yeah,
course, that's not gonna. Yeah, it's just like automatically stunning you. Like it's not too difficult to work around the stun because like it only
yeah,
stuns one servant. But the thing is, there's also the buff removal. And
yeah,
yeah, that just messes you up bad. But I
but yeah.
used Rasputin on that.
Ah, that makes sense.
I
Yeah,
think I
I
used
mean,
him to solo it in the original, like the story fight.
ah, I see. I mean, okay, like Nognaria is also a fun. I
Yeah,
didn't do the solo of Nognaria for this challenge quest. She can actually do it, but
dang.
I think I saw too many videos on. I actually saw like 2 to 3 videos on, so I didn't.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
the game's fun. Like I don't. It's like neither way works. How do I put this? So like FGO has been established as this game where they want the most casual people to still be able to get most of the stuff. So they won't lock a lot of stuff behind challenge quests. But when they don't lock a lot of stuff behind challenge quests, people don't do it. It's like for example Morgan Fest exhibition quest. So many people skipped all that.
yeah.
Like there's no incentive to do it when they're actually pretty fun.
And they
Well, some of them are pretty
and
fun.
then they put SQ behind the advanced quests. But to be fair, some of those advanced quests are just not. They're not much anything at all.
Yeah,
Like the
I mean
ones that are
they're more
super
like
good.
testing grounds for mechanic. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, like the werewolf one. That one sucks so much. It's so
that
boring, and it's just
that
like
one has one fun thing where you can, where it can be like a mini game, like a game between two people, and then you bet on how many guts procs Rasputin can get off of it, and the guy who has more of it wins, right?
yeah,
It's like a spy crab in Team Fortress. Okay, it's not, but
yeah,
you can gamble on that, bro.
yeah, yeah. But if I want to gamble, like I could like play. Yeah, I could play TF2.
Strong complaints exploring. Okay, no, I'm not hearing that crap, dude. There's this one guy in my server who really doesn't like Lost Belt 6 servants, right? So those so like what do you even mean milking Lost Belt 6? Like what do you mean? So previous years it's not milking the popularity of other summer servants when suddenly it's Lost Belt 6 it's not okay. Oh boy, these Lost Belt 6 servants are so egregious when they make them into summer servants. Ooh, boo hoo. Yeah, cry about it, dude.
Oh
Jesus
my.
fucking Christ.
Wait a
Like
second. They're taking advantage of the immense, overwhelming popularity of Lost Belt 6 in an event where they can draw
look,
them in swimsuits? What?
like okay, people are okay, so people tell me that, oh, what if I don't like Lost Belt 6? Then this means this event is crap. So you're telling me every other summer you have one of your favorites be a swimsuit server. You're telling me you're that lucky that every summer you have at least one servant that you care immensely about that got a summer.
Yeah, I mean, like,
You're
if it's...
trying to tell me that's the case.
Yeah, like, if you don't get the... If it's not the thing you want, then just save more SQ for the next thing you want. Like, there's some good things
Generally,
about it.
like generally, people don't like all like a lot of people like all summer Lost Belt 6, but a lot of people like one of the summer 6 units. Like a lot of people, that's Lost Belt. A lot of people just like Bargas. A lot of people just like Babanshi. A lot of people just like Melzin. They don't like the others. So it's not like focusing on Lost Belt 6 is actually putting all the eggs in one basket, you know? Like like and there's Suzuka and Kuro. So like it's not like it's completely gone, right? I don't think it's nearly as extreme as people think. Cuz like people are like, "Oh my, it's so extreme." Like what about the people that hated Lost Belts? What about them then? Because but like the chances of someone who doesn't care about anyone from Summer 7 is like the same as like what like if you don't care about Scotty, like who was in Summer 6? Lady Avalon, Scotty, Ibuki, Eris, Wu, and Gareth. I feel like the chances of someone not liking all 6 of these characters is higher than the chances of someone not liking anyone from Lost Belt 6. I'll be real, bro. Like the chances of someone who dislikes all 6 of the lineups from Summer 7 is higher than the chance of someone who doesn't like anyone from Lost Belt 6. But suddenly it's a problem when it is Lost Belt 6. So I don't understand. Like I understand why people don't like it, especially when NA just had that, when just had the chapter. People are like, oh my god, they're shoving Lost Belt 6 down our throats. Like I know some people are, but like,
it's been
on,
2
man.
years, guys.
Like you can't compare that. It's just like timing issues. Like come on, man. Like the only complaint I understand is people saying like Morgan stealing a spot from the Annie servant, right? There you go. Exactly when I just said
It
that
should have been
commented.
Camazotz, someone who they didn't know was going to be immensely popular until like 7 months ago.
It should have been you, Olga Marie. You get a CE. I'm totally not crying. I really like Olga Marie, by the way.
It's so funny. Why did they put her in a swimsuit though? It's so...
Do you guys like you, Olga Marie? Well, I hope you guys like a 2.5% QP boost.
Well, I hope you guys have 5,000 extra mana prisms.
Oh my god. Look how summery Vitch is. How? She's in a winter coat. It's her second ascension. And she's just naked in her first ascension. Well, they all have a bonus.
Yeah,
like
they always
had a bonus.
they always give anniversary servants bonuses.
During summer.
Yeah.
Like I mean,
yeah.
Oh boy, if next year is Summer Vitch, oh my god, my money.
Oh, dude. Yeah, at least it's not happening at the same time as Bob, but
yeah, true.
Yeah.
At least she would be 5-star, so I can buy one. She'd actually be cheaper than Bob, probably, like most likely.
I'm telling you, man.
Bob was
I'm telling you, man. She's gonna be Vitch of the
Star.
Korean Sky of the afternoon.
Bruh. They're gonna make both light and dark.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's not even gonna be a different sprite. It's just gonna be the same sprite with different outfits again.
that's so bad. And then they're gonna put both of them. They're both 4 stars and in 2 separate banners. I'm gonna quit the game. Yeah.
Imagine a duo server. That'd be so weird.
They never did a Tamamo welfare. Nope, they're gonna do Tamamo Aria for Samurai Remnant. Okay, I lied. They're not gonna do Tamamo. Like I think there isn't a second choice for welfare for Samurai Remnant other than Iori. I think that's the only guy who can do the welfare. And then the Saber would be the SSR. Summer Musashi buff when Samurai Remnant. I think that's very possible.
Yeah.
That is actually like so that's not even copium, bro.
You know if Summer Musashi gets like a 50% battery, that'd be overkill. First off, I feel like people are gonna rank her higher than some of the
Ibuki.
people. Maybe not above Ibuki, but I think.
I mean, she has better refund than Ibuki, no? If she
Yeah,
has
but
50
but her
battery.
damage isn't better because she doesn't have a niche and she only has her 3rd skill for damage.
Oh yeah, it's defense down. Yeah, I mean, at least they'll come up with someone that give her a run for her money. I mean, Melusine was actually close. I think Melusine's actually pretty close. It took look at how much how much they need to replicate a fraction of her power. Jesus Christ! Look
Yeah.
at how much they have to give Melusine
So
to like be even close because she's not a berserker.
So here's my prediction for Summer Musashi's buff whenever it ends up happening. So my prediction for her buff is going to be a 30% battery on her 2nd skill,
Yeah,
and it's
very
also
good.
going to be like 30% special attack damage against some attribute, probably Earth. Sabers. That would make some sense, but
Oh no.
yeah, just make her
Durga's dead.
anti-Earth again.
No, guys. We got to kill Durga. We got to kill Durga again. All right, let's go.
Bro.
If she's anti-Saber, Durga's actually dead. She'd be like MHXX, kind of like against. Yeah, she'd be like just the AOE version of MH. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Man, it's kind of funny seeing how much of a circle jerk of hate there is around Summer Musashi. It's literally just because she doesn't have a battery, so
Yeah.
she's a little bit less flexible.
Well,
I mean, it's not a little
quite a
bit.
bit.
It is a lot of it, but I think a lot of it is like for the time being. There are some nodes where you can't plugless run her. I think that's something that NA is really focused on for the time being. It's
Why? You always plug anyways.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
get
yeah.
it's the same with people talking about Buster working with Atlas.
Yeah, people
And double bitch.
bitching about art servants needing plug, and then like yes, I really do like running my Morgan with Oberon plugged in.
Dude, Morgan, Morgan double Vitch Atlas. You got that sweet like 20 damage you're gonna do to the final boss. Like
Yeah.
congratulations, guys.
Yeah.
You got that sweet dude. It's the same kind. Okay. Here's another thing. It's the same people who's like really like the Atlas farm style who also thinks Arcuate is bad. Arcuate's literally the best if you're using Atlas. Literally nobody beats Arcuate. Like period. Nobody beats Arcuate if you're using Atlas. And when you're not using Atlas, it's just whatever.
Yeah.
Insane people hate plug. Insane people hate plug that it takes 2 seconds and then they go on to call Chloe a game changer.
Yeah, dude. Oh man, Chloe. I saw.
Chloe's fun though.
Yeah, I heard someone a couple days ago talking about how broken her craft essence is. It's yeah, her her Bond CE. Yeah, her Bond CE. It's not broken. I think a lot of people just still don't understand how it works. Because it's not
Yeah.
3 stacks, it's 3 times you get 1 stack.
It's 1 stack 3 times whenever she comes back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's Chloe is fun, but like I was in I'm in like a Taiwanese FGO forum as well. Like there was a guy who really specialized in farming like looping sheets with all kinds of supports. I don't know if I'm pretty sure some of you might have seen it. It's formatted in a triangle where like
Triangle.
yeah, they're formatted in like triangles to see like what works with the servant. So because it's 2 supports and plug a 3rd support, so like they're formatted in triangles, to their looping abilities to see if the triangle works. So for example, you got a triangle with 2 Castorias and then plug Bride, right? And then that would be one of the comps. And then on the other side of the triangle, it would still be the same side, shares the same side with the triangle, but the other side would be like plug Oberon, and it will also work. So like there was a guy who specifically makes farming list that's formatted in triangle. It's a very unique style. I've described it really poorly, but I feel like if I showed the picture, a lot of people would know what I'm talking about. Yeah, but like that guy specifically made a take where he said, if you're a new account, don't even start your account unless you pull Summer Chloe.
Bro.
And I'm like, Jesus Christ, dude.
I mean, like, I guess it's nice that you can get a 30% charger like that really easily, but I don't
I
think
will
it's
give you
that
something.
incredible.
I will give her something though, because she doesn't need to like she can be 1-1-1 and she technically still help because
Yeah.
none of her charge doesn't scale with the level. That's the one thing I really
Yeah.
like about her.
Yeah,
And
she's
also
super low
obviously,
investment. Like, her skill
yeah,
levels barely matter, and her NP level definitely doesn't matter.
yeah. So
Unless
really
you want a
fun.
DPS with her, but, like, whatever. Rather
I,
use
I
level.
I bet we'll see more weird stuff with her DPS in the future, but it's
Yeah.
not. It's definitely a meme, a fun meme nonetheless. I like to see the guy who 120 her on Twitter. Well, I follow his intern, so I because he was the guy who did the big Kiara dodge, the dodge the buff clear, and then she also dodged the buff clear on this summer CQ as well with the 500% buff removal. That was the only way to bypass it. So it's really really cool. But yeah, and, anyway, that's sidetrack. I mean, this is already random
I mean,
rants, but
yeah, it's not like we need a topic right now. Although I will say that we've been at it for almost 4 hours.
oh boy.
The good thing is people have a pretty big chunk of their day to listen to this stuff. Like, this is almost half of a shift. So
Yeah.
I'm sure people do love that.
Also, for
And we
anyone
love
living in
you,
America.
viewer, listener.
Yeah, we love you, viewer. Also, like anyone who I mentioned names, I didn't mean to start a war. I'm just making a point that they're popular and their opinion really shifts a community's opinion on characters. Also, I'm not trying to start. I just thought it was funny. I'm not trying to start a war with my latest video. People keep saying I'm trying to start shit with Hanako, not knowing that I already did start shit with Hanako before this.
Yeah, I mean,
Uh,
he probably doesn't care. He doesn't really
he
pay
doesn't care.
attention to FGO
Yeah.
content.
It's not like this got a lot of views anyways, but yeah, yeah.
Eh,
Like
I mean, it's slowly growing, I think.
no
Uh,
bruh. She is the best coup though. Alright. Don't
yeah, I can actually understand the argument of Berserker Coup being better than Lancer Coup, because like if we're not talking Grails, like Lancer Coup, I feel like he's a bit overrated.
that was not the joke. But yeah, I guess that is the joke was fuck, how do I say her name?
Uh,
Kite Coup Surpriestess. She's also a coup.
yeah, she's a cool.
Yeah, anyways. She's also cool. Yeah, but like I do think come on. Nobody's gonna argue Coup Lancer's better than Coup Alter.
I
Right?
mean,
Like for real.
his survival is better, but like sometimes you can't win fast enough with Coup.
Yeah, but I do 2 million. Okay, here's the thing. Here's the secret with solos, right? That's why Habertrot like also solves the problem with so many people. Most solo units, if you can kill the enemy one turn less, that means you have to survive one turn less. What a
Yeah.
shocker. So if you can kill someone really quickly, they probably function pretty well as a solo unit. Like, didn't you do a prison tower solo with your Berserker Ibuki?
Yeah. Yeah, dude, people talk about how she has no survival, but she won so fast that it didn't matter.
Yeah, if they don't get to touch you, it doesn't matter. Best offense, best defense. Not even a joke here. If you can damage rush something, it's good. Uh, FGO where woman so better is a pretty fucking good argument. All
Yeah.
right, that's not even a joke. You
Yeah.
know why?
Yeah,
Because
offensive
Habertrot.
and defensive. Yeah, because, like, there's supports that'll affect you if you're a woman. There aren't very many supports that'll affect you only if you're a man. I guess
This is
there's, like,
main,
Canis. But,
main.
and
Yeah,
then,
like
like, you look over and, like, you look at enemy effects. Like, look how many servants there are that have anti-male niches versus anti-female niches. There's only a
Arbilla Lore.
couple anti-female, but there's a ton of
Arbilla
anti-male.
Jack. That's it.
Yeah. And then you have like a bunch of charms out there, but most charms are on women who have, and some of them have
Oh yeah, it's Dora.
they can only charm males.
Yep.
Why is being Canis a trait? It's funny. It's because Phantom's charm before it got its buff, it applied to all females and Canis because Canis isn't a gender. Like she has no gender.
Bruh.
Still say she because like I don't know, man.
I can't believe being trans doesn't count as a.
Oh boy, let's not go. Let's
Alright,
not get into this.
alright,
Yeah,
alright.
let's not. Yeah, I mean, we might have stoked the fire with with content creators. We don't want to.
Look,
Yeah.
look, but Twitter? Nah, get out of here.
Oh. Oh no.
Man,
I think we might. No, we need to talk about something else just so we don't end it on a weird
Yeah.
note.
I mean, okay, like
Kind of weird there.
Habertrot has really been. I think Habertrot is very much. I don't know. She kind of makes solos like not as impressive anymore on females. It's honestly
Yeah.
so ridiculous. Like what she can do is so ridiculous. It's like any character with 0 sustain but can damage rush. You just throw 2 Habertrots on them, and then they can suddenly live for 5 extra turns, and then they can just kill the enemy within those 5 turns. So
Yeah,
like,
and that benefits Bob even more because she can
oh yeah, she
extend
can
the duration.
extend that crap. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, Habertrot is absolutely ridiculous. For solos. Can you count sub help from Habertrot as solo anymore? No, actually. I think in Japanese. Okay, so in JP solo, like there's like a Japanese solo community, kind of like the Minturn community. Even if you use if you use anything other than George/Leonidas with no CE, so not even Camlan, it's counted as a pseudo solo. You can't even use Camlan because anything that requires outside help is not a solo. I'm not even sure if you can space out the taunts for George and Leo, because like sometimes it helps, right? Sometimes if you take one extra hit from with one of the taunt fodders, it helps a lot. So like I don't even think you can do that. I think you specifically have to do double George taunt both on the first turn, and both of them have to die on the first turn. That is a legit solo. Gong isn't allowed. I think so. I like using Gong though because low star weight. If I bring a star bomb, I don't like George screwing my game plan. So yeah, it's very like if you're like really hardcore about solos, it's certainly an issue, and I don't understand why they don't just do what they did for ORT. It shows that they can literally do that, where you start with one unit.
Yeah.
Just allow that, so there's literally no controversy in solos. Like, just Wouldn't that be better?
You know
Like
who?
you already have you already have the technology anyway. Well,
You know who gets a disproportionate amount of benefit out of having two taunts?
who?
Ku. Yeah.
Who?
Yeah. Yeah. Having those two turns immediately, like you're already at a 3-turn cooldown by the time
On
they
the
start attacking your
PFA.
evade.
Yeah.
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 That's why he can solo some. That's part of why he's able to solo some fights. Like you know the challenge quest from Summer 6, the one we have right now, the one we just talked about. Uh,
Summer
yeah,
6.
I think he can solo that like with almost no RNG because
Which
she
one
can.
is Summer 6? Is it Kijo Koyo?
Yeah, yeah, because she
Oh.
only has 2 actions and she has no way of dealing with
Uh,
evasion. Yeah, I
can I
remember.
solo with Tyra? I don't remember.
Uh, there's this guy on JP who does bronze only content. And
Uh,
his clear that was really funny. It was uh he did double Cursed Arm because Cursed Arm has his own PFA. It's
mm-hmm.
actually PFW, but he did that, and then he had someone with Poster Girl, and then he had someone come out with Volumen, I think.
Oh, so they just never get hit.
Yeah, yeah, because
That's
she
so
can
funny.
only attack twice, and by the time they lose all their evades, they have it back. It takes a
Dino
while.
Dino.
Yeah, it took a while for them to win, but they did it.
Oh, I soloed with the Summer Comma. What the hell?
I could imagine she would
Uh,
just damage rush it.
yeah, she probably damage rushed it because it just event bonus. How many turns did it take? Oh, I used George Bonsi. Disgusting. It took 10 turns. All right.
Outside help. It doesn't count.
It doesn't count, bro. Wait, did I use Habertrot on my Summer Comma versus Summer 8? Let me see. I literally did it like the yesterday, not like 2 days ago. I don't remember. Let me check. What did I do? What did I do? Oh, I did use Habertrot. Oh, I used Habertrot and the Iron Fan. Oh, what a fraud. uh,
Dang.
failure of a solo channel. Dude, double Habertrot with Bob solos is actually cheating. Yeah, 8,000 heal per turn for 8 turns.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
is
because
it 8,000?
she can extend it twice,
4,000.
can't she?
She can
Yeah,
if she
if
uses it
you.
immediately.
Yeah. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, because 7 turn cooldown. She get extended twice immediate if she use like if you
Yeah.
like pop all her skills on one.
Yeah, even then, like, if you're using Atlas, you can still extend it without popping it immediately.
I should do that. I should do that as a video idea. Why didn't I do that as a video idea?
You are welcome, sir.
Thank you.
I've-
Look, I keep thinking to want to do it, but I don't have a good fight for it.
Dude, I really
It's
like
like,
servants like that that let you be really creative and just allow for really interesting gameplay.
yeah, it's
It's a whole new world
definitely
of stuff because this is
yeah.
stuff that people have not been able to do.
Yeah, anything with per turn in the future is gonna be terrifying. It's gonna be really fun. I hope they accidentally like FGO is the most fun when they accidentally release something without having a character's synergy in mind, unless they accidentally released Himiko without thinking about Castoria, and they created the most ungodly combo in the game for stall and just ruined everything else. And I hate solemn defense.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yep. I still need to try using Bob with like Hans. I could imagine she would be kind of nuts with Hans because he has
yeah,
stars per turn and NP per turn, and then he also has heal per turn for everyone. So
yeah.
I imagine that working great.
I don't know.
Oh dude, double Bob
Han?
with them.
Oh, double Bob Han.
Yeah, because it's really easy to get him to NP twice back to back.
That's a
Ooh,
lot of buffs.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, you just keep getting a lot of HP there.
But what's the buff he gives to chaotic? Then he, hold on, I forgot it.
It's not those alignments. It's good, evil, and such.
Oh, what does he give to evil? MP
Uh,
damage up.
it's NP damage. Good
Oh,
is star gen.
nice.
Neutral is NP gain. Evil
That's
is that, and then everything else is crit. So Bride and Summer and Mad.
Yep. They should, man. They should buff Tamamo. I want them to buff Tamamo more than ever. I've already wanted them to buff Tamamo for the longest. Now, especially, I want them to. Please.
You should buff Tamamo now.
They should. They should. But they're just gonna buff Kama. Look, buff. All right, don't even. Look, it was her chapter. They should have buffed Kama. They never buff according to who needs it, anyways.
Guys, one
They
of
they
you artists
they
in chat or artists listening to this, we need you to draw buff Kama now.
I feel like people.
Not because I want to
Tons
see
were
it, because honestly, I'm not sure if I want to see it, but it would be really funny.
They didn't buff Bradamante during Traum. Like, look, I mean, I don't know, man. Well, they could buff Summer Kama. You know, like once again, my genius idea that I've never seen anyone else brought up before when discussing about her buff idea. Just give Burning Love on MP. It's so good. If they're not scared, they can give her 5 stacks of Burning Love.
Okay, but consider this.
Alright.
NP upgrade? That would be I feel like that'd be a bit much.
Yeah, no, that's what I meant. The MP upgrade. MP upgrade with the added effect of give Burning Love on.
Yeah, but then she would be like. Then what would Ishtar have in art scenarios?
I don't care.
Okay, all right, fair point.
I have her at level 100. I don't care. Just kill her.
Oh man.
Dude, just give her something. I don't know. Give her something else in the future. Make her card change not wear off or something. I don't know.
Yeah, make it so her deck shifts as well.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Yeah, then the quick one wouldn't be complete garbage.
Or give her, or like, okay. So here's an idea, right? Third skill. First of all, make the rainbow 100%. But then you gain an effect depending on what card type of MP she's in. If she's in quick mode, you give her a lot of extra MP gain, so she refunds better with that garbage refund on her quick. Or
Also,
if it's
they
on
could
hard
go with
mode, give it MP damage up or something.
They could go with crit on quick as well.
Oh, true.
But then again, she doesn't have a way of getting stars, and even if her NP, like, nah.
Or make bust. I don't know. There's a lot of cool ideas. I don't know how hard it is to code, but like, come on. Like, there's a lot of cool ideas. Like, if you can do Melusine, like Lancer Melusine, not Ruler Melusine. If you can do something like Lancer Melusine, you know, make more of that. Don't walk back on some of the. Don't walk back on your decision. Like Ruler Melusine was such a missed opportunity. Like, why did they walk back on their cool design?
Yeah, and then they gave it to
Like,
Bargus.
They didn't though. Like, what I meant was, look, if you press Barguest's third skill and you select change MP type, her clothes fucking explode, and then she turns into, like, I don't know, she turns into her other form. Just give her that would be giving it to Barguest.
You know, it would have been pretty funny though if they actually made her super large on top of that. Like,
yeah,
she has the trait.
Cool as well. Yeah, that would be so cool.
It's just kind of weird that she has the super large trait without being super large.
Yeah, like, I don't know. It's funny. Like, just give her like a superhero transform sequence or something. Like when she turns single target. I don't like. You could definitely mix. Let this Melusine do Jekyll's entire, because I think, actually no, they work this. Oh, it's so funny. There's a question that people often ask. So, what class score buffs Jekyll and Hyde?
Is it both?
It's depending on what ascension he's in, what form he. So if you
Oh,
like, I have the assassin score unlocked, but not the berserker one. So he loses all his buffs after he transforms.
wow.
It's hilarious. It's actually hilarious. He drops his class score buffs on assassins after he transforms.
Yeah, he can
So
actually
the
lose on card damage.
so the guy who likes Jekyll and Hyde very much pain this game has already caused him, if he wants to play him optimally, he needs to max 2 skill trees.
I mean, to be fair, you're not gonna keep him in assassin mode for
Yeah,
long.
true.
You're gonna like immediately switch him. He hides his buffs. Yeah.
It's so funny. But yeah, like he.
You know that is
basically
a
no need for.
that is a really interesting character that I'd love to visit in a video someday. Like maybe not a how bad are they video, because like usually how bad are they videos pertain to
defending
servants.
them.
Yeah, pertain to servants that aren't as bad as people act.
Jekyll
But
and Hyde, how bad are them? Very. End the video. All right. See you next time.
you know, I love that idea. Maybe next April Fool's Day, if they still haven't buffed him.
Yeah, they won't. They won't.
Dude, that's a great idea. Thank you.
Do you know how sad it is? Jekyll is one of the original 7 servants in the ad, in the Fake Grand Order PV.
Yeah.
The original Fake Grand Order PV. Jekyll was the OG assassin. He was the face of the assassin class for Fake Grand Order.
He's not.
The hit mobile game Fake Grand Order.
Yeah, he doesn't even do anything as an assassin. Like, what
Yeah.
does he do as an assassin? Like, even in lore.
Oh no, he turns into Hyde.
Yeah,
So
he turns
stupid.
into a berserker. That, wow.
It's so stupid. Like if you go onto the Fake Grand Order like website, I don't know if they still have that as their like for new players kind of section. But like technically when they introduce you to the assassin class, what it is, they are just showing Jekyll.
Bro.
But every new player has to watch the opening after Fuki. Oh my god, the assassin class, such a cool class. What does he do? He turns into another class.
what-
Have fun.
Why would he be the face of the assassin class? You know,
I don't
you know
know.
where the name is derived from, right?
Yeah,
Hassan. Exactly.
But I'm guessing they don't. I don't know. They could have used Carmilla. See, they could have used Carmilla. Damn,
I don't feel like
y'all-
is she that much of an assassin either? I feel
She's
like she's
not.
not very stealthy.
She's literally an assassin because she kills people, and she doesn't have any other feat other than killing people. That's why she's an assassin. Because she has nothing else in her life that is worth any other than kills people. That's horrible.
Yeah, all these assassins, I guess just being a murderer qualifies you
Yeah.
as an assassin.
Yeah. If you ever want to be summoned as an assassin class after you die, you better go. Okay, no, I can't ever. Dude, come on.
Yeah, you heard it here, dude. He's advocating for serial murder.
But Your Honor, I want to be an assassin class and get
Your Honor,
immediately
League of
murdered
Legends.
Immediately after the Grail War starts, I want to immediately lose because I'm the assassin.
Your Honor,
Oh my god.
if you deem me guilty, I prefer the death penalty so I can be summoned in the upcoming Grail War.
Yeah, please. God, dude, the guy who summoned him was gonna immediately lose.
Yeah, dude. Just imagine oh, dude, that's an idea for like, that sounds like a story beat. Basically, the person enters the Grail War and they're like a friend or like a brother of one of the victims, and they summon
Oh
you,
my
and then they
God.
just shoot you in the face as soon as you appear.
That's so bad.
It'd be such a waste, but that goes hard.
Yeah, that goes pretty hard, honestly.
Bro.
Servant, assassin, the guy you saw on the headlines like 2 weeks ago, who was on death row.
Servant assassin O.J. Simpson.
Oh nah! I win, boys.
Hey, I mean,
we
he was
making
pretty
out with
stealthy
the
about
gorilla
it because
this
he got away with it.
one. With the presence concealment EX.
Yeah, dude, he got away with it better than Carmilla did. So.
Oh my god, bro. I killed
Bro.
these people so F. Joe would make me into assassin servant. You'd be a bronze. Someone you
Oh man.
respect, and I don't know. That's it's item construction.
Oh wow.
Anti-female.
Oh no. Anyways, we've been at it for like after I cut out the some of the stuff, it's gonna be like 4 hours long. So
Yeah,
I think
that
it's
was fun.
yeah, that was a ton of fun, dude. Especially at the end. Oh jeez.
It's something you shouldn't put on YouTube, to be honest.
I mean, like everyone knows he was a murderer.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know the book where he's like, what was the book called?
I think it's
He
like
did it.
How I Got Away with Murder or something like that. Because like everyone knows he did it. It's just the this isn't FGO. What the fuck are we talking about? What? Wait.
They're talking about a potential assassin class servant. I probably don't want to.
Wait. Yeah, thank you everyone so much for sitting here and listening. We do this every Sunday night, 8 p.m. EST, Eastern Standard Time. If you don't know when that is, just look it up. Google does it for you. But yeah, I got a video coming soon. That's a good in-depth review of Sei, Berserker Sei. Do you have anything big coming up soon you want to plug right before the end?
Because I wouldn't call I have started it yet, because like I want to work on it tomorrow, because tomorrow's Labor Day. I want to work on the something related to Summer Comma, because I feel like it's relevant. It's a character that I am very passionate about. It will be something to do with Summer Comma. It will be like spoken, not just
Yeah. Okay.
yeah,
So he's got some comic content in the future. Maybe not a hot take.
yeah.
Maybe it's a cold take. Who knows?
Yeah, probably like when's Summer Comma for NA? Thursday? Thursday?
Yeah, I think that was back. I guess they're still in the at the point where they're doing the 1 week mark, because JP did the like 4-day mark, I think.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
okay.
Yep.
I'll try to do.
Okay.
Oh,
So-
it's a firework.
Okay, so sub to me, sub to him. Links in the description for his channel in case. I'd be shocked if you weren't already subbed to him, because like I mean, you guys are probably watching because you know his name, not mine. But hey, I'm here too. Thanks for being here, and see you all
problem.
on the flip side. Bye bye.
All right. Bye bye.